Still a bit warm here in Florida, but really all things considered, a wonderful fall afternoon for football here in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium. Today it's week 4, and we've got what should be a great one here, as it'll be the Green Bay Packers taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On the visiting sideline, there you see Packer head coach Matt LaFleur. Certainly not the start they envisioned for themselves. Losers in 2 out of their first 3 games, including falling short last week. Across from him on the Bucs sideline, Todd Bowles. His guys ready to show out in front of the home fans as they try to send them home happy at the end of this one. Seems like we were just starting training camp, but here we are in October, and off we go on EA Sports. 6'4" Jordan Love taking the field for the first time. The 2020 first-round pick from Utah State set to lead Green Bay.
Okay, I thought there was something to build on in last week's game by his performance. I thought he played fairly well overall. The numbers won't knock your socks off. 2 touchdown passes and an interception. The bottom line, though, they lost.
Yeah.
How does he eliminate that 1 interception, continue to take care of the ball, and maybe increase the number of times he puts the ball in the end zone with a receiver?
And he powers through the first wave, but he's going to be swallowed up behind the line of scrimmage.
This defense is a difficult one to prepare for, one of the best in the league. They'll come at you from all angles, and they did a nice job there stopping him for a loss.
First play of the drive goes the wrong way. Here's 2nd and 12. And they'll send the tight end in motion here. That's complete. He finds Jaden Reed. And he's going to be out of bounds right at midfield. 17 yards on the play there as the Packers have the first down as well. Jacobs going to try the middle. And he'll fight forward maybe to the line of scrimmage, but that's all. Antoine Winfield up from the secondary with a tackle. You look at this defense for Tampa Bay. They were very good a week ago in the win over Minnesota.
Have to admit, I was extremely impressed by what I saw. They ended up getting 4 sacks in the game, stayed in the face of the quarterback the entire time, made it difficult for him to step up and find receivers downfield.
And that's what they told us this week, that pressure on the QB is key.
He kind of forced that one there, didn't he? It's almost like he predetermined where he was going to go with the football.
Yeah, he wasn't really going through progressions. He wanted to go to his top guy. You do that against this defense, they'll make you pay, won't they?
Yeah, they certainly will. They react very quickly to the thrown football.
From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Well, I'm quite sure that they envisioned a much better start to this game when they practiced all week. But they failed on that 3rd down play. That brings up 4th down, and they'll probably have to punt it away.
And they won't risk defending a return here. That one's out of bounds, and it'll be spotted at the 14-yard line. So here the Bucs backed up to start their initial drive. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018 from Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
It's a pretty bland game he had last time out. Ended up throwing 1 interception, didn't have a touchdown to offset it, but the team found a way to win. He found a way to lean on other parts of the offense that carried them through.
Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss. A run once more with Tucker. And he's going to get this one across the 30-yard line. That good for 19 and a first down. He was solid last week, over 100 yards in their victory on the ground. They want to get that going again.
Absolutely. What they also understand is that from week to week, it's not necessarily the same, but they want it to be, right? What they saw last week on the ground, they want to see in this game as well.
Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. They'll run. This is Bucky Irving. A solid stiff arm. Breaks the tackle. Now an alley. Still going. He may go. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Bucky Irving, his 3rd rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bucs are on the board first here this afternoon.
Bottom line, when you play a runner with these talents, you've got to be able to wrap up and get him on the ground. Or the first person who gets there, hold him up long enough for the next wave to get there and get him down. Otherwise, he will continue downfield and find pay dirt.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here. They're going to try and run. And he will get in to make it 8-0. Only had a couple of yards to gain there on the 2-point conversion, and they were able to do it.
And how many teams shy away from running the football in the 2-point conversion? They treat 2 yards as if it were 20. If you're a good team running the ball, go to your strength. Go ahead and push it into the end zone.
Yeah, they did. It worked. Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. And he'll get it up just past the 20 as his guys will go to work at the 21-yard line. The Packers offense here coming back out for their 2nd drive. The last series for them, a little disappointing, forced a punt. And now they'll try to do better here and come away with some points as they begin this drive, 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. This complete to the tight end, Tucker Kraft. And he takes us up to the 40-yard line before being corralled. The drive starting play, a good one. Give him 19. So quickly all the way up at the 40-yard line. Running straight ahead is Jacobs. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down. A check on Jacobs from a week ago. 19 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown.
He's really been someone special to watch this season and brings a real unique element to their offense. Even with defenses focusing on him all year, he still sits 4th in the league in yardage. Hard to come up with an answer for a back playing as well as he has been. They've got their work cut out for them in this one as he chases another big week.
And this throw incomplete. Now the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down. Here's Love. A throw left sideline falls incomplete.
Not a great start dropping his first target, but let's face it, it won't be his last chance because he'll get opportunities to make up for that one throughout this game.
And here's Daniel Whelan on now to punt. And no one there to stop it. Hits at the 8, but it carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. This could end up being a pretty big drive. I mean, look, yes, it's early in this game, but they scored the touchdown. They got the stop. And now if they could get in the end zone here again, CD, they could grab an early stranglehold on this one.
Yeah, they certainly can, and that's what you're looking for. Where's the advantage? Can you gain it? Can you press it? Now for them, finishing it off because right now it's out there for them. They've just got to go seize it.
Second quarter now in Tampa Bay. It's the Buccaneers in control of the football. So into Packer territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 46. On the give, this is Tucker. Down the left sideline. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. His 6th rushing touchdown on the year, number 8 overall. And the Buccaneers are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Another impressive drive, so they're 2 for 2, 2 touchdowns. Charles, a great start to this ball game for them.
And one of the words that's really worked its way into our lexicon is stacking. They've stacked momentum each time out, and not only on offense. Between those touchdowns, defense held, forced a punt to get the ball back, and they've played awfully well in this one. Both sides playing at optimum level.
So up comes Mayfield as his guys will go for 2. They're going to keep it on the ground. And he is in to make it 16-0. I think we're sensing a trend here. 2 first-half touchdowns. After going for 2 after the first score, CD, I thought maybe they would kick the PAT here. No, they get 2 more.
No, they decided to really press the advantage because, remember, getting the 2 after the first score, you've already got the other team back on their heels if they're going to mount a comeback. But to go up 2 scores and 2 two-point conversions, you've really got them thinking on the other sideline.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped at the 23-yard line. The Packers ready to take over offensively. They're down a couple of scores, 16-0, as they start things out with a 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Jacobs to start the drive. And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. So the opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12. To throw now. Here's Love. Short throw. He's got Kraft. It'll go down as a gain of 6. And just like that, it's 3rd down. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Love from the gun on 3rd down. And that will be incomplete.
Well, this first half has not gone according to plan so far offensively or even defensively for that matter. They could use a big-time spark somewhere, but it's not going to come on this drive as they have to punt this one away.
He's been a busy man here in this first half as he gets it away. Taken from just outside the 30. Call it an even 40-yard punt. 7, though, on the return. And the Bucs will get ready to go on offense. The Buccaneers offense heading out. You see their offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson. His guys have the first half lead here as they try to find some ways to attack this defense. Mayfield now. And he whips that one incomplete there.
So many things have to go right for any passing play to work out. Quarterback has to understand the defense, deliver an accurate ball. Receiver has to concentrate and bring it in. Somewhere along the assembly line, something was off with that one.
Short throw underneath to Hurst. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. The catch and run, good for 24 yards. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. Now Mayfield. Again, that's Hurst. So he'll be stopped here for no gain. And that'll bring up 2nd down. And we've hit the 2-minute mark in this first half of action. Here's 2nd and 10. Mayfield. To the left side, he's got McMillan. 5 yards. Now it's 3rd and 5.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
On 3rd down, here's Tucker. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Sean Tucker with his 2nd touchdown of the game, number 7 on the year. And the Bucs are able to widen their lead here in this first half.
We see this a lot on 3rd and short yardage, especially down here in the red zone. They're going to sell out to stop the run, try and hold them to a field goal. But once the running back gets past the first wave, the resistance can evaporate after that. And he not only picks up the first, but he takes it all the way into the end zone.
And he is into the end zone again as he scores both the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to extend this lead. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And that one not returnable, not by a long stretch, over the back line of the end zone, so that's going to be spotted up at the 35-yard line. Green Bay's offense ready to go again. Well, CD, you kind of feel like they're in a bit of a danger zone right here because now you're down 3 scores, and I know we're in the first half, but the way this offense hasn't been able to generate anything, you feel like they probably need to get something going on this drive, right?
Yeah, and sometimes I overuse if this is an important possession. But I think this has to be the possession where they come up with an answer because only a few teams in league history have ever come back from a 4-score deficit. And if they don't score here, that's what they could be facing the next time they get the ball.
And this one is going to be off the mark, too far out in front.
Partner, I think it's high time to get him some passes that he's comfortable with, some easy throws, some completions. He's not even hitting the 50% thus far.
Well, certainly that has played a big role into why they are trailing right now. On the throw, led him too much that time. It's incomplete.
I know coaches tell us all the time that having a powerful arm isn't the #1 thing they look for in a quarterback. But when you're trying to throw inside routes and you need to put some heat on it, it helps to have the big gun. In this case, just a little bit too much.
Short throw. He's got Kraft. So the completion good for 6 yards. And it'll be 4th down.
He wasn't the primary target, but I think it was almost like a check down situation, wasn't it?
Yeah, hoping he can break some tackles, a big tight end, but he couldn't do it.
Yeah, get it to that big frame and hope he can scatter some bodies, unable to get it done.
And that is no good. And the deficit will stay at 3 scores.
And now 2 problems as I see it. First, you missed the kick, which granted was a long one. But second, you set the other guys up with great field position and enough time to maybe get downfield and get a field goal attempt of their own.
Short throw underneath to Hurst. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. That's good for a Buccaneer first, a pickup of 12 yards. To throw, Mayfield. Short throw underneath to Hurst. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. So halftime straight ahead. It is time to join our good friend Scott Hansen. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Our tour of the NFL starts now. It begins in Cleveland. The Browns at home to take on the Steelers in a physical matchup in the AFC North. And it's a man who's announced this is it after this year, Aaron Rodgers. He connects, 10-yard touchdown pass. The Steelers are now 4-0. What a first month as they continue to roll. From there, why don't we go to South Philly, look in on the Eagles as they play host to the LA Rams. And this is the reigning league MVP, Matthew Stafford. A 4-yard touchdown pass in the box score. The Rams looking to go 4-0. They lead at the half. Lastly, let's get a jump on who might be the Week 4 Player of the Week. It's our impact player, and it happens to be this man. And this is Demario Douglas. One of his 2 touchdown catches in the game coming right here. The Commanders do, however, wind up falling in this one. With that, time to look at the rest of the action here in Week 4 as we wrap up the first month of the season. In our game, you see him here. We watched a solid first half by this running back. His guys looking to keep their unbeaten start to the season alive as we send it back out for the second half to our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Scotty, thank you as always. Well, likely 2 very different halftime speeches by these head coaches, that's for sure, as we get set for half number 2. The Bucs with the lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. And not much happening on the return as he'll get this to about the 23. The Buccaneers offense heading out. You see their offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson. His guys are out in front, and they'll try to work on trying to find some ways to extend this lead. Now Mayfield and the Bucs come up on 1st and 10 at their own 23. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And oh, that nearly their first pick of the game, but it falls down to the ground incomplete.
That certainly appeared to be a play call where they were just trying to make second down, second and short. I think they thought the coverage was off a little bit more than it was. Nice job there pressing up on it and forcing the incompletion.
The 2nd and 10 now as we roll along in the third quarter from Tampa. Mayfield to throw it. Short throw underneath to Hurst. He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead.
And let's face it, you can put any Halloween costume on him. You're not going to be able to disguise him because for a tight end of his size, difficult to sneak him anywhere, but that's what they tried to do. Lined up on his right, tried to work his way back to his left, but just a minimal gain as the defense was able to react quickly.
They call his number again. It's his 6th catch and a first down. Throwing, Mayfield. To the left side, he gets this one to Ibuka. And down he goes at the 45 after a pickup of 9.
When you see zone defense and you know you've got a drag route on as your primary call, you've got to be really careful as a passer about how far you let your guy go because he might wander into some tough coverage.
Just need a yard here, 2nd and 1. Mayfield with it once more. Into double coverage, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Xavier McKinney. And the return will be stopped at the 34-yard line. But pretty much everything went their way offensively in the first half, but now an interception on the opening drive of the third quarter.
As we know, the key to everything here, don't get careless with the football. The problem is you've got to stay aggressive as well. So where's the line Between being aggressive and attacking and being overly aggressive, I think they just crossed it on that one.
Following the interception, Love. And they eventually get to him at the 17 after a pickup of 17 into the red zone, first down.
And this is what they're going to need more of. It's the third quarter. You're trailing. You've got to come out with a renewed sense of purpose, and that's a nice way to kick off the drive with good yardage and a first down.
And that went too far in front. He couldn't reel it in. It's incomplete. Now a 2nd and 10. They'll run with Watson. And he'll wind up losing yardage here back at the 21-yard line. That second down play nets a -4. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. Now Love. And incomplete. They tried to drop it off, but he couldn't hold on.
Well, partner, given where that drive started, that's an excellent job defensively to force them into 4th down.
On is Trey Smack now for the Packer field goal. On the left hash mark, this a 38-yard attempt. And his kick here is good. And they get a little bit closer here as the lead's down to 3 touchdowns. So, Charles, they get to them with their first turnover of the game and then make it hurt a little bit extra with a field goal.
And anytime you give the ball up, what's the first thing a coach tells his defense? Don't let them score off of this. You've got to put out the fire. In fact, in 2021, that's what one NFL coach termed his defense, the firemen. Go out there, guys, and don't let them put some points on the board.
And Tampa Bay trots out there now. And now you've got the clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. You're 3 scores to the good. What's your approach on this drive?
Too early to fully commit to playing the clock game. Yet at the same time, you're also not going pell-mell like you would in 2-minute offense. This is what NFL offenses call 4-minute football. Take the clock out of the game a little bit, wind it down, but at the same time, keep advancing the ball down the field.
No gain on the play there. 2nd down. Once again, it's Irving. And he can muster only a couple here to the 24.
Sometimes your philosophies get challenged at times you don't want them to. They did try to stick to the running game on the first 2 plays. Didn't amount to much.
And now facing a 3rd and long at the outset of this drive. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield. Oh, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Brandon Cisse. Well, still down quite a bit here, several scores, but yeah, at least that's a start, Charles, getting the interception here. And look, we're still in the 3rd quarter, so this thing not done yet.
You're right about that, Brandon. This defense, they haven't quit on this game. They stayed with it and got an interception and handed the ball back to their offense. And what you wonder about is the team that just threw that interception, they've got to be careful about developing a sense of complacency and thinking this game is over.
Suddenly, it's 1st and goal after the interception. A quick change in the situation here. Here's Jacobs. And this has been a familiar sight all afternoon as they stop him behind the line. So they get pushed back to the 11, and here's 2nd and goal. To pass, here's Jordan Love. And it's caught. And he's going to take it in. Touchdown, Packers. Jaden Reed, his 3rd touchdown now on the year. And the Packers are able to get a score back in the final stages of this 3rd quarter. Trey Smack now for the extra point. And this is up and good. That'll make it a score now of 24-10. Well, that drive started with not a whole lot of real estate in front of them. In plus territory, excellent field position. 2 plays later, pay dirt. So the Packer kickoff team set to go as they will kick this one away. And he will be taken down here on the return on what will wind up being the final play of this third quarter. 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Tampa. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. Now all of a sudden we've got an interesting game here. You just saw them go down and score a touchdown. And what was a comfortable lead at halftime, it's down to a 2-score game.
And so the obvious thought is they've got to ramp things back up again. Got to get the offense into high gear. But we've seen this before. When you've kind of been in shutdown mode for a while thinking that you're okay, it's hard to mash the gas again and have everything work perfectly. They've got to fashion together a good drive right here and now.
Because defensively, got to be feeling confident. They haven't allowed a point this half. This offense so far on third down, they've been okay. 2 for 3 thus far. This time it's 3rd and 3. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 147 yards rushing for him now as he has been tremendous all day long. On first down, it's Tucker. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. The Packers going to use one of their timeouts. From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd down and 1. Baker going to give it to Irving. And he'll be brought down, it looks like right at the 40. Now the Packers going to go ahead and use the 2nd of their timeouts. So signs of life in what's been a dormant offense in this second half. Here's 1st and 10. On the give, this is Tucker. And just no chance of turning the corner. He can only get back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 coming up. Now the Packers going to burn their 3rd and final timeout. So that will leave them with no timeouts left. Still plenty of time on the clock. We'll see how that affects things here in this 4th quarter. Mayfield off the play fake. And that is taken in by Hurst. And down he goes, taking it inside the 10, just shy of the 5 at the 6. The previous play, they barely got back to the line of scrimmage. Now they pick up over 30 yards. Now a chance to make that big play really hurt. It's 1st and goal just outside the 5. On the handoff, it's Tucker. Fighting for the end zone. He lost the football. It's out. But fortunately, he's able to recover his own fumble, or that could have been trouble. And while all of that was going on, we have an injured player out there in need of some attention. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. Very fortunate to get another shot. Here's 2nd and goal. Mayfield looks to throw. Godwin's got it. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. A great effort there. His first touchdown on the year. And the Buccaneers are going to be moving to 4-0 as they extend their lead. Starting to really smell a 4-0 start right now. Yeah, I can't ask for a better first quarter of the season than that.
And you're not supposed to look ahead, but guess what?
You're going to?
They have to. Because when you get to if you get to 4-0, you're not just thinking playoffs now. You're thinking about, okay, this team has the capabilities of winning a Super Bowl. They could very well be the best team in the NFL at this moment.
I think they played the best. I mean, there have been a few hiccups offensively and defensively, but probably the best team we've seen, right?
And has the ability to get better.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he will make it to the 20-yard line and no further. The Packer offense ready to get their next drive underway. Well, we said it at halftime that they would need a nearly perfect second half to erase that deficit that they were facing, CD. But unfortunately, the second half has pretty much been a carbon copy of the first.
Yeah, that early lead was almost insurmountable the way their opponent was playing. And, partner, they do have some good news, though. This one is getting close to being over, and they can try and hit the reset button starting tomorrow.
Love now. Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete. What we just saw there, that's really been a common theme all afternoon.
A lot of pressure. That forced the errant pass. He's been under duress this entire afternoon. He just had to unload that one. He's fortunate it was just incomplete and not intercepted.
And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 32-yard line. Again, it's Love. That's taken in by Golden. And he'll go down at the 26 following a gain of 6. Love looking to throw it. Throwing left side, and Watson has it. And he'll be out of bounds as he gets this down to about the 21 or 22. Here comes third and about a foot. Trying to run for it with Jacobs. And he's going to have a first down here as he gets this one to the 17-yard line. Throwing. Love. Toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
That was a touchdown if he could have hung on. Instead, it was a well-timed collision to jar that one free.
2nd and 10. Love. They'll get this out to Kamara. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. Looking to throw. Love. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And it looks like he'll be just a yard shy of the 5 here as he's out at the 6. They'll look to throw again. Touchdown, Packers. Sky Moore from 6 yards away. And the Packers have got it back to a 2-score game here in the 4th.
I'm not sure win-win is the proper term here, but it certainly felt like it. They got the touchdown they needed, but if I'm on the defensive side of the ball, okay, you got the touchdown, but it sure took you a long time.
Yeah, because offensively there, you're probably hoping for a 1 to 5 play drive. That one ate up a little more time than they were hoping.
You're exactly right, and if you have that 1 to 5 play drive, you actually build up momentum and even more hope. When they had to slog their way downfield, they got the touchdown, but it's almost like, yeah, you know,
doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
So 2 scores down. Time definitely not an ally, but here comes the onside kick. And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. They knew they needed a miracle. They had to have that onside kick. They didn't get it.
Well, as we knew, even before they put the toe to the leather on that one, their chances of getting that done, slim and none. And I do believe we saw Slim just leave the door, didn't we?
We did indeed. I think we're down to none. So fire the cannons. It's a victory here for Tampa Bay. For the Bucs at quarterback, Baker Mayfield. His guys getting hyped on the sideline. On the Cowboys side, Dak Prescott. His guys are ready. We are ready too, that's for sure, on Thursday night primetime. Just about set for a start. Happy to have you with us, and we are underway here on Thursday night primetime. And that is over the back line of the end zone. It's a touchback, and they'll bring this out to the 35-yard line. Now we'll see what the right arm of Dak Prescott has in store as the Dallas Cowboys offense sets up shop.
That was a solid performance last week, wasn't it? 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, ran the team well. Won the ball game. Bottom line, may not have been earth-shattering, but it didn't need to be.
A first carry now. This is Williams. Oh, look at the juke. And getting this just shy of midfield. They'll spot it at the 49. Gotta like that start. 14 yards to get them going. They stick to the ground game on first down. It's Williams. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up. The numbers on the ground for Williams a week ago. 17 carries, 127 yards.
And now that he's playing a Thursday night game, short week, you know he spent a lot of time in the trainer's room.
Williams loses the football.
Wow, that ball gets knocked free, but a teammate comes along and scoops it up. It's almost like baseball. Guys at bat, people are on base in scoring position. One guy doesn't get him home. The next guy comes through and picks him up.
And avoids the turnover. Throwing, Prescott. Able to shake him off. He's got his target. That's complete. And he will have a Cowboys first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. That early game script that they drew up is working pretty well here on this first drive. Already in field goal range, Charles, knocking on the door of the red zone.
You know, Brandon, when we met with the coaching staff, they kind of predicted that they would come out firing like this. I think you and I were a little skeptical that it'd be this easy, but they certainly knew what they were doing in scouting, in preparation, and understanding what their team was capable of.
And they're getting him involved early.
You feel like they saw something on tape, or they just have a sense with him because he's had a good week of practice or something in that area that they want him involved. Just as you said, they want him to touch it either in the running game or the passing game, but they must like the matchups they're getting.
They go back to the ground with Williams. Gets around him, and he's going to be out down inside the 20 at the 15. 13 yards and a first down, Cowboys. Quite the opening drive march they're on right now.
It looks a lot like what we saw in practice prior to the game, doesn't it? You know, because on that last big practice beforehand, you go through your offensive script. You go through your play calling. You go through all the stuff and establish things, and it looks like it's going like clockwork right now for them.
It's a 6-yard gain on the ground, and that'll make it 2nd and 4. Now we give up the middle to Williams. And this play doesn't go anywhere. Backwards, losing yardage to the 11. Now a timeout called for by the defense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. And they'll be in search of 6 yards here on 3rd down. This is now the 9th play of the drive. Looking to throw. Prescott. To the goal line, but it's incomplete.
No surprise at all. They're looking for the big man early in this one. The only surprise for them, he couldn't hang on to the pass.
And his kick is good. So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. So here are the Bucs now to take over for the first time. Leading them out is the Austin, Texas native. At quarterback, it's Baker Mayfield.
And I thought in last week's game, he found a way to win like a good pitcher without his best stuff. I mean, he did throw 2 interceptions, offset by 1 touchdown pass. Not the ratio, not the numbers you're really looking for as a QB. But finding a way to win, that's all that really matters.
2nd and 6. Again, it's Tucker. 7 yards there and a first down. We are in for a good one as we're through one on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's Buccaneer football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. On the handoff, it's Tucker, and he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. The Buccaneers at a perfect 4-0 to start the campaign. They've been playing their best football of the year, winners of 4 in a row.
And I thought that they played pretty well last week. Their execution, their discipline, their resilience, all on display in that victory.
And a good run here as he'll rumble all the way down to the 40-yard line. A big pickup there, 18 yards and a Buccaneer first. A shotgun handoff here to Irving. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. 42 yards rushing for him now in his first 2 carries of the ball game. First carry for Kenneth Gainwell. And they get to him quickly here as he's stopped right around the 13. Rashawn Gary, the man to bring him down. Here's 2nd and 7. Now a give, Irving running right. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. Bucky Irving with his 4th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bucs have taken the lead. With solid blocking up front from the guys on the offensive line allowed him to get in for the touchdown.
Yeah, some might say that the guys on the offensive line were in concert. I used to have a coach who called it marrying up. Meaning, when you get on a guy, you just stay right there, and each guy has his own assignment. That allowed the runner to make the big move towards the end zone.
And he'll get into the end zone to make it a 5-point game. So they kept it on the ground, got it into the end zone. But Charles, sometimes you probably see teams treat a 2-point conversion differently than if it was 1st and goal from the 2, or I should say 3rd and goal from the 2.
I agree with you totally on that. A lot of teams treat it as if they have farther to go and shy away from running the football. I think this is a great spot to do it because most teams play you for the pass. Go ahead and run and let your linemen surge and fire out.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Cowboys set to get back to work. There's a look at Clayton Adams, their offensive coordinator. These guys trail here in this first half, and now they'll focus on trying to get some points on this upcoming drive. They start the drive on the ground. It's Williams. And he put up a good fight, but he's going to be taken down behind the line of scrimmage. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the 2nd of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. First play of the drive goes the wrong way. Here's 2nd and 12. Now Prescott. And this one quickly to Lamb. So the completion results there in 9 yards. And now it's 3rd and 3. 2 minutes to play in the first half of an 8-3 game. They had the catch on 2nd down, but it didn't help at all, and now they're looking at 3rd down here. They'll motion the tight end across the formation. That is caught. And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45. Well, they were in search of a short gain on 3rd down, and they wind up nabbing over 20 yards. Prescott to throw it. Open man, right side. Oh, he's hit. He lost the football. Put it on the carpet. And it's picked up by the Buccaneers. And a big return will get him all the way down to the 35. A lot of talk this week about ball security. In fact, they added an extra period in practice to be more secure with the ball. It didn't work out there.
Well, sometimes you just get overexcited during the game. You may all of a sudden make your catch, see some open field, and decide you're going for it, and not realizing that danger lurks while you're doing so. And there's your end result right there.
Oh, he's got a BUCCS. That's complete. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. Emeka Egbuka, his first touchdown on the year. And the Bucs are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. But not only, Charles, did he beat double coverage to make the catch, and then as soon as he did, locked his gaze upfield and made sure to reach the end zone.
Go grab your dictionary, partner, look up determination, and his picture is going to pop right up. How about him getting through multiple defenders, finding his way through coverage, and making sure he got to the end zone? That's a big-time play right there.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here. They'll try and run it here. And he is into the end zone to bump the lead up 2 more. So 2 successful two-point tries now for them.
And you know what it does? It gives you a boost, a huge one for your team because, hey, you're dominating them now. They can't stop you either scoring touchdowns or 2-point conversions. But how about the defense? You don't know what to do at this stage. You can't stop them in any direction.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. And out now come the Cowboys. And Charles, we'll see what they can do here. Not a ton of time left, but enough certainly to get points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp, and at least one practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
And that'll be off the mark, too far out in front, and it's incomplete. Some of the fans here don't seem too happy about what we've seen in this first half.
No, not at all, and I understand why. They've looked lethargic, out of sync, and it shows on the scoreboard.
So after the incompletion on first, now 2nd and 10. Now Prescott. That's caught by Flanoy. And he was able to shed 1 tackle but could not get away from there. The Bucs forced to use their 3rd and final timeout as they'll stop it with a tick under a minute to go before half. They had the catch on 2nd down, but it didn't help at all, and now they're looking at 3rd down here. To throw is Prescott. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. He'll have the first down and more than that. Touchdown, Cowboys! CeeDee Lamb halfway to 100 now with career touchdown number 50. And the Cowboys get a late score here in the final minute of the first half. Brandon Aubrey now for the extra point. And it's up. This is good, and it makes it a 16-10 game now. Scoring summary, 3-play drive. And it's finished off by the touchdown from CeeDee Lamb. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Well, the Bucs going to take over now late in this first half. And we'll see how this is played. Offensively, they've got the lead. Not a whole lot of time left. What do you think, Charles?
Well, it's tempting to try and add to your lead, but a mistake there, that can change things in a big way. I say go ahead, take the knee, get on out for the half.
To throw, Mayfield. This will be incomplete. Oh, a dream chance for a D lineman, but he couldn't pull that one in.
I think he's got to be careful not to force anything into coverage right there. There weren't really any throwing lanes, but the best part for him, he's got second and third down to fall back on.
From the 24, they'll go again on 2nd and 10. Mayfield down. And he comes back with one complete. And he's brought down, getting this one up to about the 35. It's a gain of 11, and the Bucs have a first down. Mayfield. And that will be incomplete. 4 ticks left here on the clock.
A lot of times it's that first read that you have. Maybe you get it in pre-snap, and he locked in on his target, but he was covered quite well, and that one's incomplete.
Final play of the half, Mayfield. The pass is caught by Cade Otton. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. So halftime is upon us on Thursday night primetime, and we go off to Orlando. And Scott Hansen for our halftime report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the third quarter as we're ready to kick off the second half. Back out to our commentary team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Okay, Scott, thank you. And this one's still anybody's game. We'll see who can come out with a hot hand in this second half as we are about to get underway. Pushes past him. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. Up to midfield. Look at him go inside the 30. He will take this all the way. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. And people still trying to get back to their seats from the concession stand here at the start of the third quarter, and boom, we got points on the board.
And you just identified why the bulk of stadiums have increased presence in the concession areas, right? TVs, loudspeakers, so people can still follow the game. And right now, they're bummed out that they missed that big return to start this half.
And they are 3 for 3 on two-point conversions as he is into the end zone for the score. Needed a couple yards for the two-point try. They go to the ground game, and it works.
And sometimes it's the exact right thing to do because a lot of teams play you for the pass. So you spread people out, decide to run the football. You often find good running lanes.
So now the other return teams out there as they'll try to duplicate what they just saw. Able to slither by. And he'll be brought down right on the chalk of the 20. The Cowboys offense and Javonte Williams head out for this next drive. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. So Prescott of the Cowboys now with a 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Open man, that's Jake Ferguson, the tight end. And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down. That one good for 20 on the catch and run. One play has him up past the 40 already, and another 1st and 10. Up the middle, it's Williams. And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. 2nd down. Prescott now. Throw left side, hauled in by Pickens. And he'll get nothing out of that one. So no gain on the play. 3rd and 7 now. So 7 yards from the first down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage. Prescott from the gun on 3rd. Open man, that's Flanoy. And this is going to lead to another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 34-yard line. Give them 22 there on the 3rd down conversion.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. A little creaky at the start, but they're oiled up now. A nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
So from Buccaneer territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 34. From the gun, it's a run for Williams. And he tries to keep the legs churning, but he's going to be stopped behind the line.
I think it's pretty evident we can say what a difference a week makes. Last week, he ran pretty much wild, didn't he? Did pretty much what he wanted to do. But this one, they've stopped him cold. That, to me, that's good scouting and even better execution.
Yeah, and they stopped him behind the line right there. They obviously watched the tape a few times and made some adjustments. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion. And 3rd and 8 now. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the 1st down. Oh, he had a man running free, but he overshot him, and it's incomplete. Now we're going to get a timeout. Appears we've got an injured Buccaneer. While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. So on 4th down, Prescott off, and on is Aubrey for the Cowboy field goal. He was true on his first. This a tough one from 49 yards away. And this will split the uprights. It's right down the middle, and that will get the disadvantage now back down to 11. So the 3 points there, and CD, that helps him inch a bit closer.
Yeah, partner, when you're losing, any points you see go on the board in your favor, you're happy to take them.
So after the made field goal, back out is Aubrey to kick this away. And he returns this to the 22. So here are the Bucs to take over on offense. They're working on a 4-game winning streak, and they lead this one as well right now as they start 1st and 10. Looking to put a drive together. They'll start out with a run by Tucker, pushing through the contact. And he'll be out right at the 35. Solid way to start the drive. 13 yards, picking up the first. Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. A run once more with Tucker. 13-yard gain yet again, just like last play.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, and I know the great ones always think to themselves, just hang in there. I'm just one big carry away from busting this open. That's a good start for him.
Back now in Arlington. It's the Bucs. They've got the football. They also are in front here on the scoreboard as we start the 4th. Here's a handoff to Irving. Despite the strong run, he'll be hit and dropped shy of the 45. That's a gain of 4 as we slip inside of 4 minutes left in regulation.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got some smiles on its faces. And I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where it'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down a game. Right now, they want to show the world they're up to the challenge.
75 yards rushing for him now, and he's carried the ball just 5 times. All runs on this drive so far. It's 1st and 10. They run behind center with Gainwell. A short gain here, maybe a yard to the 29.
Well, sometimes you just have to give credit to the defense. Great job there at the point of attack, holding up. They won their battles at the line of scrimmage, left him no space to try and run. A really nice job swarming to the ball carrier.
On the handoff, this is Irving. Stopped at the 24-yard line after a gain of 5. Now the Cowboys going to burn the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. This will be the 8th play of the drive here. 3rd and 4. On the give, this is Tucker. And he's going to lose yardage and be backed up to the 25. The Cowboys going to use their 2nd timeout now. That's going to leave them with just 1 remaining here in this 4th quarter. And with things looking pretty good on the scoreboard, they're going to keep the offense out there and go for it here on 4th. Now Mayfield. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is out of bounds, but first he gets it inside the 10 to the 7. Some collective exhales over there on the sideline. A big pickup through the air on 4th down to bring up 1st and goal. A good chance now to put this game on ice. This is 1st and goal. Throwing, Mayfield. To the end zone, but knocked away and incomplete.
Coaches talk about it all the time. Players talk about it as well. Excellent job staying disciplined in coverage and making that stop. Inside the red zone, every stop like that could be preventing a possible touchdown.
Toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete. Not sure what happened out there, but it looked like the timing was a little off on that throw.
Well, you know I'm a defender, so what am I going to say?
Great defense.
Darn right. They did something to disrupt that timing.
A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play. 3rd and goal. Baker going to give it to Irving. And the hole closes quickly here. He can fight only to about the 4. It's about a 3-yard pickup there, but more importantly, they're still a few yards away here. It's now 4th down and goal. Chase McLaughlin now for the field goal try. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's Buccaneer football as we welcome you back. They've got a 4th down here in a game that looks to have been decided already. And I guess not content to get another 3 here late. They'll try to add 6 more as they go on 4th and goal. Godwin's got it. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. A great play there. His 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Bucs are well on their way to a 5-0 start as they extend their lead. So up comes Mayfield as his guys will go for 2. They're going to try and run. And make them 4 for 4 now on 2-point conversions as he'll take this one in for the score. And so they run it in on the 2-point try. You know, so often, Charles, we talk about from the offense's perspective what you do on the 2-point conversion. How about the defense? How do they play run versus pass?
It's really difficult for them because I think most teams want to play for the pass. That's what they see most teams do. And so are you able to mass enough people inside if the team decides to run it? Very difficult. I think what you're seeing a lot more now, people blitzing the 2-point conversion. They want you to make a quick decision and make it right now.
There, the offense wins the battle for 2. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. The Cowboys offense and CeeDee Lamb ready to take over once more. And he's had some kind of game. They made it a point to get him involved early, and it has paid giant rewards to this stage of the game. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. Well, probably not much that they can do at this point, CD. Down 3 scores late in the 4th quarter. This is going to be a little too much to overcome, you would think.
Yeah, they'll go down swinging, but in the end, I think we saw the writing on the wall a while back because one team was clearly better than the other in this one. And while it didn't quite reach blowout status, I think we knew who was going to win this one well before we got to this stage.
Defensively, you look at the numbers. Another incomplete pass that we just saw, and they're under 200 yards passing for the game, so they've done their job on that side of the ball.
Yeah, recently I was actually working a game where a quarterback had a streak of 5 straight games without a 200-yard game, and that was a big talk both in his town and amongst his team. How do we get the passing game going? So big credit to them holding them under 200 today.
And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter. Let's see how this plays out. Desperation time. Prescott on 4th. Able to find his man. It's Pickens. And they've got it well across midfield down to the 40 before it's all said and done. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. To the air again, Prescott. Trying to lay one up deep. And this is dropped. Oh, it's incomplete. He had a big gainer in his sights, but he could not reel it in.
And this is a situation where as a head coach, you're just saying, what else could go wrong? Let's get it all out of our system, please. This has been a sloppy game throughout. The execution has been lacking. A lot of mistakes, both mental and physical. And here's a big play that goes by the wayside.
And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 26. Here's Prescott. On the out route, it's Lamb with a grab. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Cowboy touchdown. CeeDee Lamb, his second touchdown of the night. And the Cowboys have got it back to a 2-score game here in the fourth. Now the extra point up and good by Aubrey. And they're able to cut this deficit down to 12. So 2 scores down. Time definitely not an ally, but here comes the onside kick. And the Bucs are on this one. And that should just about do it. The risk reward of the onside kick, when you don't get it, the risk comes out to play, and here they gave up great field position.
And that's the key to everything, because you're trying your best to press advantages when you have them, and field position leads you to that type of play calling, and whether you want to blitz or whether you want to throw the ball deep, those types of things. Now that they've given up that type of field position, the advantage is switched to their opponent.
They got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down. The Cowboys signal for their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 55 seconds remaining in the football game. Victory formation now for the Buccaneers. Down to a knee they go. So it's a win for the Bucs here, and it was thanks in. Still a bit warm here in Florida, but really all things considered, a wonderful fall afternoon for football here in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium. Today we've got a Week 6 matchup for you here, as it'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. And Charles, you take a look at this Buccaneer ball club. They're off to a terrific start, unbeaten at 5-0 through the first month and change.
And you can hang a lot of this early success on their defense, too. They're the tone setters for these guys, and the entire team feeds off of what they do.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Steelers, they coming off their very first loss of the year, suffered a week ago.
Yeah, it will not be a perfect season, but I'm interested to see how they bounce back now that they know that chasing the 1972 Dolphins is out the window.
Set to go now in Week 6 of the NFL season, and we are underway on EA Sports. Here comes the Steelers offense led by none other than Aaron Rodgers, his 22nd and what he says is his final NFL season.
And he's been playing at an elite level here in this early half of the season. Tops in the league in touchdown passes at this point. This is definitely a wide-open offense, and we'll see if he can keep his string of good games going right here.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Right to the air is Rodgers. That's complete. Bernard. Now he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on 1st down. Well, this defense for the Buccaneers, they were very good in the win over Dallas a week ago.
It was a little bit enlightening talking with the defense coordinator about their performance last week, because the feeling was that it was a good, solid performance. They did what they needed to do to get the job done and get the win, but definitely a few lapses that they're looking to correct. Speed is the name of the game when it comes to RPOs, and sometimes you can be a little too quick, thus inaccurate, incomplete.
Just play number 3 here on the opening drive, and it's an early 3rd and 1. They run here with Dowdle. And it was the stiff arm there that freed him enough to get the first before he's tackled. They get 6 on the pickup there as the drive will continue. Faced with their first third down conversion opportunity and able to punch it through and pick it up on the ground.
And to me, doing it on the ground sends a different type of a message than throwing the football. And, you know, let's face it, we've done a lot of games together. How often have we seen third down turn into an automatic passing down no matter what?
And now the ball's out. Fumble near midfield.
But it looks like one of the DBs has it.
And without a doubt, not the way they pictured that opening drive unfolding.
No, they were making progress. They weren't exactly in high gear, but they were making a few yards along the way. And now that they've coughed it up, they got to go back to the sidelines and regroup a little bit.
So the Bucs now in great shape to begin their initial possession. They'll be led out by the #1 overall pick in the 2018 draft, the Oklahoma Sooner, Baker Mayfield.
He may have gone through some trials and tribulations, but Baker Mayfield has never lost belief in self, and that transmits to the rest of the team. When he's on the field, he believes he can move the ball against anyone, and so do his teammates.
And a strong run there as he'll take this all the way down to the 35. Back to Tucker on first down. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. And it's second down. A give here to Tucker.
And they'll be inside the 25 now at the 24. Now we're going to get a timeout. Appears we've got an injured Buccaneer.
On first down, it's Tucker.
And not much of a hole there as he gets it down to about the 24-yard line.
It was Jamel Dean who came up to make the tackle. 2nd and 9. On the give, this is Tucker.
And this may be a carbon copy as he'll again be stopped right at the line of scrimmage. 1 yard and now no yards have him looking up at a 3rd and 9 situation.
They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first.
That's caught over the middle by Hurst.
And they'll get to him short of the first down at about the 16.
That'll give them 8 that time. And that's going to bring up a 4th down. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Jalen McMillan.
His first touchdown on the year.
And the Bucs take the early turnover and convert it into an opening touchdown.
It took a pretty big risk right there going for it on 4th down. But, hey, not only did they get the first down, forget about that, they got in the end zone.
Yeah, because normally you're just thinking, can I get enough yardage to get it past the sticks and pick up a first down? Instead, they go for the end zone and get it done with no margin for error. Remember, 4th down, they went for it.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They're going to keep it on the ground. And he will get in to make it 8-0. McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
it shows the agility.
And this return going to come to a quick end as he is belted at the end of that one. The Steelers offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And he's putting together a very strong first half of the season. Currently the NFL's leader in touchdown passes. The Steeler offense here about ready for their next drive. And this game, Charles, much talked about coming in. And you think there's a real chance this is a Super Bowl preview?
I do, because as things stand, and I'll give you a little bit of a caveat here, that maybe things will shake out a little bit if someone loses along the way. But here we are right now. These are your two current #1 seeds, and I think they're both good enough to make it to the big game.
Well, the first play of the drive lost 4. Now they'll look to move it forward here on 2nd and 14. Now Rodgers. He'll get this to his running back, Dowdle. 1 yard is the loss. They back up even further to a 3rd and 15.
I believe I could see what they were trying to do there, but unfortunately, the back ran out of room, too close to the sideline. And for defenders, we're often taught, 11 on the field, those sidelines can become the 12th defender. It worked to the defense's advantage on that play.
Steeler football here to begin quarter number 2, as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. A tall task ahead of him here, needing a full 15 yards to move the chains. And they'll send the tight end in motion. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Oh, it's a screen pass. That's complete. Oh, that's just not fair, and now room to run. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Boy, a nice play there as they wind up converting on 3rd and 15. So from Buccaneer territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. On play action, now Rodgers. And they're able to work this to the 25 before it's all said and done. Call that a very strong gain of 24.
And this has been a nice answer to the touchdown drive against them a few minutes ago, because they've come out and reestablished the tempo. A nice throw there, and they're putting together a very strong drive as a response.
Here's Rodgers. Over the middle, that's caught by Metcalf. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this second quarter. Two yards to go, 2nd down. On the run, it's Dowdle. And they'll lose yardage here. Knocked back to the 19-yard line. 2 yards the loss, and now they go from 2nd and 2 to a tough 3rd and 4.
We all have habits. We can be somewhat predictable, and you know me pretty well on 2nd down and short. What I like to say?
Play action.
Yeah, without a doubt. I thought that was a great spot to call it. Instead, didn't go their way, did it?
No, defense sold out for the run. Worked out well. And this pass broken up. The contact well timed there, and now 4th down. Now Chris Boswell for the Steelers field goal try. It'll be from the right hash, and it'll be a 36-yarder. Boswell's kick is good. And they get on the board, trailing now 8-3. So from an offensive perspective, at least able to get on the board here right in front of the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, now it's time to talk about complementary football, isn't it? Because if the defense can force a 3 and out, there could be enough time on the clock that they can get the ball back for their offensive guys and maybe put some more points on the board before the half.
And he'll be stopped up at the 25. Tampa Bay, they're getting ready to set up shop here for their second drive. And that last touchdown drive they had very balanced. How key is that balance?
It's huge because most of the time when we talk about balance is run, pass, almost 50-50. But most of the times when you talk to offensive coaches, they say balance is we do what we want when we want to. And that means that they're ahead of the defense, keeping them on their heels.
Yeah, they imposed their will on that last drive. The last play got just a yard. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 26. Again, it's Tucker. 158. We hit halftime. Here's 3rd and 9. On the handoff, it's Tucker. And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. It's a gain of 11, and the Bucs have a first down. A give here to Tucker. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going, and then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
And this is incomplete. So the failure to connect on 2nd down, that leaves them staring up here at a 3rd and 8. Working out of the gun, Mayfield. And he fires one, but incomplete.
One first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
Mayfield and the troops staying out and going for it on 4th. They're going to try and throw. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. So certainly an interesting call there to go for it. And the Steelers, they're going to take over an excellent field position. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. And last time able to get 3. It's not what they wanted. They wanted 6, but they got at least something. They mustered something out of the drive.
They'll take it. I like the way you've described it. Not ideal, but they'll take it. Anything to put some points on the board. But this time on offense, they don't even want to see the field goal kicker trot on the field. They want that ball in the end zone.
Yeah, they'll be going for 6. It'll be a gain of 17 and a Pittsburgh first.
We can talk all we want about football being a game of strength and brawn. It's also a game of mismatches, and they're trying to create one there, getting it to their back out of the backfield to make a bigger play.
As we often say, get it to him in space, let him use his leg.
Yeah, if he can get a matchup against a linebacker or maybe a defensive end dropping out in a zone blitz, he's going to win that battle just about every time.
Here's Rodgers to throw. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. And they are able to stop him, but he does take it all the way to the 2. Now the Steelers use the first of their 3 timeouts, as the clock will stop with 33 seconds to go in the first half. Warren. And he loses the football a second time. Oh, and one of the linebackers has got it.
Partner, you know how often we hear about the red zone, right? From the 20-yard line going in, that's scoring zone, getting points on the board. A lot of teams call from the 10-yard line in the green zone. That's your money zone. He fumbles the ball inside the money zone. You have one job, take care of the ball. That didn't happen.
A look at the running back, the man out of the backfield as he gears up to go again. He's over 40 yards here in the second quarter. Been nice and effective for them, hasn't he?
He has definitely been dependable and really shouldn't underestimate what he's getting done here, because anytime you're on a pace that's going to approach 100 yards, you've really done some damage in an NFL game.
And now he's looking just to add to his totals. Mayfield now after the fumble recovery. And this time he's got the hook up. It's complete. And from the 4, they get it to the 8 on a pickup of 4. Trying to get one more in here before the quarter breaks. So halftime straight ahead. It is time to join our good friend Scott Hanson. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Our look at the NFL starts now. It begins in the mile-high city of Denver. The Broncos at home to take on the Super Bowl champs, the Seattle Seahawks. And this is Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's going to find an opening down the field and pull this one in. It's a 59-yard touchdown. The Seahawks are playing well. They improved to 5-1 with this victory. From there, it's off to Atlanta. Let's look in on the Falcons as they play host to the Chicago Bears. And it's Bijan Robinson. He's loose, and they're not gonna catch him. 27 yards on the rushing touchdown. The Falcons up by a touchdown, 14-7 the score at halftime. Lastly, let's take a look at our Week 6 impact player thus far. A lot of candidates to choose from, but we'll go with this man. And this is Dalton Schultz. He was a tough man to pin down all game long. This, one of his 2 touchdown catches. The Texans come away with the victory, leaving the Jaguars with a split in their back-to-back London games. And with that, a look now at the rest of the action around the NFL here in week number 6. Meanwhile, in our game, neither offense has been able to distinguish themselves. It's been the defenses that have stood tall so far. As we send you back out to Brandon and Charles.
Scott, we thank you as always, and we'll see what happens here in the second half. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out with the victory. The Bucs with a lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. So here are the Bucs to take over on offense. Remember, they're riding that 5-game winning streak, and right now in the driver's seat in this ball game as well. Now Mayfield and the Bucs come up on 1st and 10 at their own 24. They'll run with Bucky Irving. Pushing his way through. He's still on his feet. He's on his way. Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Bucky Irving, his 5th rushing touchdown now on the year. And the Buccaneers come right out of the locker room and score here in the opening minute of the 3rd quarter.
They've done a good job of holding him down in the first half, but he explodes for a big one right there.
Yeah, I've got an image in my head of him being surrounded by a bunch of people, really, with ropes and other things trying to keep him locked in. But eventually they got tired too. And just as you noted, he broke out.
And it's a guy that usually you can only keep down for so long.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here. They'll try and run it here. And he will get into the end zone to extend the lead by 2 more. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And this one definitely not in the landing zone. In fact, it's over the back line. So this is going to come out to the 35. Time for the Steelers offense now to get set for their first possession of half number 2. They make their second half debut here, and things are looking a little bit tougher now. You give up the points there, Charles, that touchdown drive on the other side. So now it's a 2-score game here. Got to be careful.
They certainly do, and I'm just wondering at halftime if those guys just looked into each other's eyes and realized what they've got to get done and come out a little bit more charged up, because if they don't get some kind of points here, that next drive, that could make this a 3-possession game.
And this throw a bit late as he couldn't reach back for it.
Well, they certainly aren't letting up today, partner, because they've forced big turnovers already, and it's been incredibly tough for them to get yards against, let alone put points up on the board.
From the gun, it's Rodgers. Going to throw right side here, complete.
Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. In motion, the tight end. Now it's Rodgers. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he will have a Steelers first down as they get 5 there on 3rd and 2.
That play makes me think they were approaching this as 4-down territory. They decide to throw, and worst case scenario, they can try and run it on 4th and short, but it didn't come to that. Nice play there on the short pass to keep the chains moving.
And this will leave them a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down.
From the 43, here's 2nd and a yard. They run again with Dowdle.
And he'll go down here at the 35-yard line.
That one a 1st down pickup of 8. A short one there to Freiermuth.
And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. The Steeler first down on the pickup of 11 yards.
They'll get this out wide to Metcalf.
And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. 12 more yards there and another 1st down.
What a drive this has been, just chewing up the yardage, and here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
Rodgers now 12 of 15 throwing the ball, 80% so far, and it's 1st and 10. On play action, they'll throw. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up second down.
At this point in the game, in the situation they're in, partner, these incompletions that we're seeing, they need to turn into positive snaps, and soon.
And again, it's Rodgers. And he comes back with one complete. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. Now a timeout called for by the defense. It's just their first, so 2 remaining as they burn one here in this 3rd quarter. They had the catch on second down, but it didn't help at all, and now they're looking at 3rd down here. Working from the gun, Rodgers.
He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
I'm going to need some help with this one. How did he miss him? Wide open in the end zone. He's not hurried. He's not hit. And somehow, incomplete?
Yeah.
What happened?
During film study, that's one where he's just going to shake his head, not be able to believe it.
6 points go by the wayside on that one.
After the successful field goal try, here's Boswell to send it away.
And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25.
So out come the Bucs now.
Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
On the ground, it's Irving to start the drive. And he'll maneuver his way forward for about 4. 2nd and 6.
Well, at the end of all that hitting and hollering, it was a 4-yard run, so the offense is going to go back to huddle and feel pretty good about themselves. Defensively, you have to feel okay because you didn't let it turn into a bigger run, but the goal, shut it down for 2 yards or less. That's when you start to feel good about yourselves.
58 yards rushing for him now on what was his 10th carry of the ball game.
Right back to him on 1st down. Shreds him with a stiff arm. And he'll be out just a yard or 2 shy of the 30. Chewing up big yardage. Another nice gain there. This one goes for 20.
On 1st and 10, here's Irving.
And he'll be taken down after a minimal pickup, and that will take us to the end of quarter number 3. 3 quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Now 2nd and 9.
Back now in Tampa. It's the Bucs. They've got the football. They also are in front here on the scoreboard as we start the 4th. And he's going to get this one down to the 30. Back-to-back 1-yard runs here, so that leaves him with a 3rd down and 8.
He's definitely tough to get down. We just saw it right there, but how about what we did see? Pursuit, wrap up, and then the big finish with the tackle.
Here's Mayfield.
And a dangerous throw there as that's knocked down and incomplete.
Quarterbacks work all the time on manipulating a defense with their eyes and their head movement. In this case, he just stared the receiver down. That allowed for excellent coverage, able to knock that one away.
Mayfield to throw for it on 4th.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he's brought down, but not before he reaches the 8-yard line. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. A good chance now to put this game on ice. This is 1st and goal. Mayfield now. And he hauls it in for the Buccaneer touchdown.
Jalen McMillan
with 2 touchdowns on the season, both in this game.
And the Buccaneers add on to their lead, and it's looking like that win streak is going to extend another week.
Well, business as usual for them. Well on their way to another victory. Riding a serious wave of momentum from what we've seen. And so far, they haven't met their match. So if you're going to play this team in the future, your mission is clear. You better be ready to play and match their firepower.
So up comes Mayfield as his guys will go for 2. They're going to try and run. And they are 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions as he is into the end zone for the score. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he's able to get it across the 20 to the 25-yard line. The Pittsburgh offense at the line to start their next drive. Their drive last time, it stalled out. They were forced to take the short field goal.
And the key phrase, you nailed it, forced to, because you know coaches look at these short field goals as a last resort, right? To them, that's not how drives are supposed to end. You're supposed to put 6 on the board. That's a consolation prize, like going to the county fair. You don't get the big stuffed animal on that one, do you?
No, you don't go top shelf. That's bottom shelf material. Catch is made by Metcalf. And he's going to get this down to the 35-yard line. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts. That's going to leave them with just 1 remaining here in this fourth quarter. Shotgun now for Rodgers.
Over the middle, pass caught by Warren. Here now, 2nd and 4.
Again, they'll throw with Rodgers. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. And he's in. Touchdown, Steelers.
Pat Freiermuth,
his first touchdown on the year.
And the Steelers are finally into the end zone here in this fourth quarter.
Chris Boswell now for the extra point. And it is good. That cuts the lead now to 11, 24-13 our score. The drive summary, 4 plays, 75 yards. 2 scores down, 3 timeouts left. Still a chance if they can somehow get this one back. And the Buccaneers able to recover. Their hands team does its job. And that's why you have your hands team out there on the field. Those are the best guys ready to make that play.
And let's face it, it was executed well. It wasn't a bad kick. It wasn't anything like that. Just that the normal outcome actually came to play. Analytics will tell you it's a very low possibility of getting the ball for the team kicking it in an onside kick situation.
You're all about the numbers, aren't you?
All about the numbers, baby. It's a new game now.
They don't lie. Whistles now in a timeout defensively. So a wise move as they'll use the first of their timeouts to force one more play before the 2-minute warning. Now Mayfield.
Again, that's Hurst.
So it's Buccaneer football as we welcome you back. And no doubt what they're looking to do is just salt away the final couple of minutes and escape with a win. So instead of running, Mayfield's going to throw it here. And he fires one incomplete. Easy to tell who they're targeting on this drive. He caught the first 2 passes, but then this time unable to hook up.
But I don't think that stops them from continuing to go back to him, do you?
No.
I mean, they've got a plan. They're trying to execute it.
And after that second catch, I saw him in the huddle. He said, hey, let's go back one more time. Didn't work there. And now with 1:52 to go, we get another pause in the action. A timeout here defensively. And a tough ask here. They're going to go for it on 4th down and 9. Mayfield. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The Bucs try it on 4th down, but come up empty. And that will force a turnover on downs.
The Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting set for their next drive. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. They'll come up 1st and 10 here.
To throw is Rodgers.
That's to Freiermuth.
And they work this well upfield across the 45.
One timeout at their disposal, but more pressing is the need for 2 scores, obviously. Here's 1st and 10.
Rodgers now to throw.
Brandon, once that one broke down, there were only so many options left for him to take. Fortunately, only 1st down, so he smartly got the yardage he could get and didn't worry about trying to turn it into a bigger play and end up taking a bigger loss. Here, they hope they can regroup and get something different going here on 2nd down.
Some extra space following the display of power. Down just inside the 45. The Bucs forced to use their 3rd and final timeout. And as the 2 teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break.
Well, this crowd trying to force a false start here. 3rd and inches.
Now Rodgers.
And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on 3rd down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to. Here it is, 4th and inches.
Now Rodgers, gotta have this one. Dancing away at the 35. And he's corralled, but not before getting it inside the 35. Shotgun now for Rodgers. This one into the hands of Metcalf. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. Rodgers again now. And he's going to be taken down here. A sack back at the 32. Now the Steelers going to use their 3rd and final timeout. Throwing now is Rodgers. And that's going to be incomplete. The coverage too good there. The contact popped the ball free, and it's 4th down.
That means it's just one last chance left, and this has to be a 1st down or a touchdown, or this game's over.
Boswell's kick is good. And that'll make this an 8-point game. So he remains perfect, 3 for 3 in the field goal department.
And it's so important for any offense to have an ace like him up their sleeve, isn't it? Because now you know what his range is, and as soon as your offense gets there, you're pretty much counting on 3 points going up on the board.
And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. They had to go for it with no timeouts remaining, though now this one's as good as over.
They gave it an effort. They tried their best, did everything they could to try and get the ball on the onside kick. You're exactly right. They had to try it. It was their only option. And now this game is done. Just take it, kneel, and call it a day.
So time has run out on what will be a Tampa Bay victory.
We're about 20 miles from the Gulf of Mexico at Raymond James Stadium, just north of downtown Tampa, as we bring you the NFL on EA Sports. Straight ahead, we've got a good one on tap. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On that visitor sideline, there is the Falcons head coach, Kevin Stefanski. His team playing well, off to a good start at 5-2. His counterpart on the Bucs sideline is Todd Bowles. His team looking for a spark, hoping their fans will give it to them here at home as we are set to go. A welcome to you, Mike Tirico, along with Greg Olson. Chase McLaughlin set to get it started. And off we go from Tampa. Good coverage by the kick team. Force him to start out back at the 23-yard line. Third season now for Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback leading the Falcons out. And much like his college career, injury problems throughout, including a torn ACL week 11 last year.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike, and I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. If he can continue to play that style of ball, it's going to be a tough group to match up with.
Line of scrimmage is the 37-yard line for 1st and 10. It's the first run of the game for Bijan Robinson. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down. On play action, Penix to the right. That's Pitts. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line. 15-yard pickup there. 1st down, Atlanta.
And it's his first catch of the game, and it ends up being a good one. All week long, we talked about how this dominant secondary wanted to take away their best targets. And if he continues to make plays like that, their top 10 ranking could take a hit by the end of this one.
On the handoff, here's Robinson running right. And this will be a short pickup down to the 45. Christian Roseboom there on the tackle. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. They'll go again with Robinson. Ooh. He's going to be taken down at about the 30. A gain there of 15. It's good for a Falcon 1st down.
Well, no surprise that Bijan picks up that 1st down, and The Falcons offense continues to run through him, and for good reason. I mean, he might be one of the best all-around players in the league. Led the NFL in yards from scrimmage a season ago, and wouldn't be surprised to see him near the top again this year.
Here's a toss left side for Robinson. And he's going to be taken down. Not so easy this time. They drop him back behind the line. It's second down.
This is the job of any linebacker, Mike, having the ability to go downhill fast, hit an open gap, and make a play in the backfield. But I think we can actually consider this going above and beyond because he was able to make that stop so far behind the line of scrimmage.
The second down throw is incomplete.
Third and long obviously isn't an ideal situation to be in offensively. It makes you very predictable, which then places a ton of stress on your offensive line and your quarterback. So they've got to start being more productive in these early downs and set themselves up for more success come third down.
Oh, that's the one thing they couldn't have there, the sack that might take them out of field goal range. Going to stop this here for injury. One of the Buccaneers is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Falcons going to send out their new punter here in 2026, Jake Bailey. And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. Baker Mayfield brings the Buccaneers out. Greg, he's 31 now, year 9 in the league. Former #1 overall pick out of Oklahoma back in 2018.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
That to the rookie, Ted Hurst.
The drag route. We used to say this is day one install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
And he's going to fight forward. Didn't get a whole lot, but it's going to be enough to move the chains.
It's possible they could have tried to be a little bit more aggressive on second down, knowing they had 3rd and inches in their back pocket. But I don't think anyone's going to complain. Pick up the first down, extend the drive, see if you can go score.
A gain of 4 as he's taken down. From the 38 now, here's second down and 6. They'll go again here with Irving. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too. And we're not going to have another snap here. First quarter will come to an end. On to the second, Buccaneers in possession of the football as they begin with 3rd and 8. From the gun, it's Mayfield. This one just too far for the receiver out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. Jalen McMillan, the one he was looking for there. And that'll set up 4th down.
I think he predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
Open man, left side, he's got it. And he is going to have a Bucs first down as this defense can't come up with the play they needed. They surrender a gain of 17 on 4th down. To throw is Mayfield. Left side, and he's got it to Hurst. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. This drive started to take some nice shape. Another 1st and 10 here. Again, it is Tucker. Yeah. And he's going to be out of bounds, but they are in the red zone, inside the 20. Good start to this drive so far. Another 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Tucker. And this time, they are ready for him. Thrown for a loss, and it's 2nd down.
So there's multiple factors, Mike, that make blitzes successful. So, of course, there's the initial design. Can you attack the vulnerabilities of the offense's blocking scheme? And then in this case, the next phase is the timing. You can see this linebacker knew exactly when that ball was going to be snapped. The offensive line had no chance to identify and pick him up, and he's able to bring him down for a loss.
That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a 1st down. Tucker. No, he's not going to get in. In fact, they've shoved him backwards.
Their ground game ends up failing at the exact moment, Mike, where they're needed the most. 1 yard to the goal line, that's prime opportunity. Finish the drive, take the lead, but instead, they go backwards.
Now a timeout, Atlanta. That's their 1st, and they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play. Out of the shotgun, Mayfield. That's going to be caught. Chris Godwin. Touchdown, Tampa. It's his 3rd touchdown catch this year.
That was just too easy, Mike. It's just straight man coverage. Great route by the receiver on the slant. You just can't give up an inside release deep in your own end zone because, as you just saw, it's pitch and catch.
And now, after that opening touchdown, the offense is going to stay out and go for 2. They will run with Tucker. And he is not going to make it. They stop him short, and this remains a 6-0 game. So the lead stands at 6-0 as this one is kicked off. This returnable from the 4. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. Here's Bijan Robinson, and the Falcon offense set for their next drive. We check out the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns coming into this weekend, and you see he is currently 2nd in that category. They'll throw on 1st down with Penix. He'll get this over the middle to Diggs. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Throwing now, Penix on 1st down. Oh, a loose football. The Bucs have it. And they're going to be in field goal range already as they've got the ball on the turnover inside the 30.
That was a great play by the defense, Mike. He got a little sloppy with ball security as he leaves the pocket. They're able to knock it loose and put an end to this drive.
On 1st and 10, here's Baker. He's got it inside the 5. And he's going to be taken down. Falcons go ahead and take their 2nd timeout. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the 1st down. Throwing is Baker. Forced out wide. Good blocking, and he's in. Baker Mayfield. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon.
I mean, what can we say more about Baker Mayfield? I mean, at this stage in his career, Mike, I mean, he is just impressive on a week-by-week basis, his intensity, his leadership, but it's really that fearlessness and that competitive spirit that separates him from his peers. And I'll tell you what, you ask anybody around this Buccaneers locker room, there is no question who the leader in the clubhouse is.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Now return coming from the 7. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. Here comes the Atlanta offense now. They get set to take over once more. Of course, Tuesday is Election Day, so this Sunday, a couple of days shy of the election, will probably be a landslide of Washington Commanders fans in the building, although the Eagles do travel well up I-95. The Bucs have it, and they're going to take over once more. They have forced another first-half turnover. In the pocket, looking to throw the ball, but the defense was looking right at the ball. They knock it away and come up with the turnover.
Mike, we see so often a quarterback is so focused, keeping his eyes down the field, looking for one of his receivers to work himself free, that they lose track of where the defenders are. And I think that's exactly what happened here. The defender closed on him quicker than he might have thought, knocks the ball loose, creating the takeaway.
They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Throwing is Mayfield. This one caught at the 4. And that is number 2. Greg, he is off to some kind of start in this one. 2 quarters and 2 receiving touchdowns.
Mike, this is one of those situations where as a defensive coordinator, you've got to give your group an answer, because right now, they don't have one for this guy.
Mayfield to the line. The Bucs will try for 2. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. The pressure got to him. He was hit as he threw it. It's incomplete, and they come up empty, trying for 2. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. A good return as he takes it across the 30. The Falcons offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. First down now. Pitts is the man in motion. On 1st and 10, it's Penix. He's got this to Bijan Robinson. And he's out of bounds up beyond the 40-yard line. We'll go play action now with Penix. That's to the rookie out of Georgia, Zachariah Branch. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line. In some rhythm, good drive rolling. Here's another 1st and 10. Trying to throw that one on the run, but it is incomplete. Trying to get it to Kyle Pitts. It's 2nd down. Penix gonna throw again. That is caught at the 3. And he's into the end zone. What a response. Kyle Pitts, touchdown Falcons. That touchdown number 1 for him on the year.
Just a really nice job, Mike, especially just staying poised. Pressure situation, you know how important it is to steal some points before the half, but everybody's in control. Everybody understood the situation and the clock, and they're able to finish that half in style with that late touchdown.
Folks' extra point is good, and the Falcons are able to cut into the deficit. Final 9 seconds of this half, and the kick is away. Kenneth Gainwell going to bring it out of the end zone. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. They do try to run it out as they start on the ground. And he'll be taken down as time runs out and we've come to the end of the first half of play. And no rest for the weary. Let's get right back to it. Quarter number 3 set to begin. Pretty interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. And he is stopped at the 25. The drive will begin there. Todd Bowles there, the Bucs head coach, as his guys head back out for their next possession. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. Carry now for Tucker.
With the struggles they had running the ball in the first half, Mike, it makes sense that they're trying here early in the second to get this ball carrier going. But this last run's not going to do him any favors. Another rush, another loss of yards.
Baker going to give it to Irving. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line. They get 15 on that game. Good for a Buccaneers first down. Right back to Irving. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. 13 more on that carry. He is churning out the yards. And another first down.
Starting to see a back right now, Mike, that's finding his way with this defense. Back-to-back big gains. Have to see, do they just continue to ride the hot hand, or do they start putting the ball in the air?
He's got another first down and more. Wadarani brings it to the red zone, taken down inside the 20-yard line. It is a big play for the Buccaneers. 31 yards. So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. Here's the change of pace back. That's Kenneth Gainwell. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down.
In order to be successful as a run-heavy offense, Mike, it's so important that you remain really efficient on 1st and 2nd down. The last thing you want is to be in 3rd and pass, and it really throws off what you feel like your strengths are. So now you get down here in the red zone, it's got to be touchdowns. These long, sustained drives on the ground, you kick a field goal, that's a win for the defense. And after that short run, puts them a little bit closer to the 1st down marker, and they're going to need to create more running room on the ground if they plan on extending this drive.
Looking to keep a promising drive alive. It is 3rd and a yard. On the give, it's Tucker. And he is going to have a Buccaneers first down by a couple of yards. Able to convert there on 3rd and 1. Here's a run. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up 2nd down.
And this is just more of the same, picking up exactly where he left off in the first half. And these numbers, Mike, as you see them, they just pop out at you. I mean, he has been the driving force of this offense from the very start.
2nd and goal. Irving. And he is not going to get to the goal line. In fact, he's even going to lose yards on that play. And now it is 3rd and goal. So these two teams take the long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We've come to the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. We're back at the 3-yard line. 3rd and goal. Now Mayfield. That's going to be broken up in the end zone. Incomplete. There was no space to fit that one in. And now here comes 4th and goal.
Teams practice these situations all week long, Mike. Down here in the tight red zone, you find yourself inside the 10-yard line. You're thinking, we've got to come away with a touchdown. Well, after that 3rd down incomplete, it's going to be real interesting to see how they approach this 4th down.
To the goal line and in. Ted Hurst. Touchdown, Buccaneers. So Mayfield leads the group to the line. They'll go for 2. A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. This is caught. He's got it. And they tack 2 more onto their lead.
I know it sounds like I'm being biased, Mike, but I'm really not. Down here this close to the end zone, especially on 2-point tries, the size, the length, the athleticism, and matchups these tight ends can create, man, they are a tough handle, and it leads to 2 points.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This taken in at the goal line. They're going to stop him short of the 20, but there is a penalty flag down. Let's see what the call is here. Man in motion, it's Diggs. Play action, it's Penix. Short throw taken by Pitts. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. And here comes Robinson on a toss to the right. And he'll be met in the backfield and dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Off the play fake, here's the lefty Penix. That is intercepted. Picked off by the rookie out of Miami.
And while the defender is going to get credit for the pick, Mike, I think he needs to go up on the sideline and thank his pass rush because they forced that bad throw. That is the perfect example of when the front pass rush and the back end coverage work together. Man, that was big time ball.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. Trying to keep this unbeaten run to start the season intact. Pick up there goes a long way with this new set of downs. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. From the 22 now, here's 2nd and 5. To throw is Mayfield. That one into the hands of Hurst. And it's going to be 1st and goal coming up. Tackle made at the 5-yard line. On the handoff, it's Irving. And nothing developed there. He'll get back to the 5, and that's all. Here now, second down and goal. Baker to throw. That's to the end zone, but they cannot connect. It's incomplete. Chris Godwin, the receiver he was looking for. And now it's third and goal.
There isn't much room for error when operating inside the red zone. The field is really condensed. Those throwing windows become a lot tighter and forces your quarterback to make some really highly contested throws. And as we just saw, those aren't always going to go your way. A bit of a risky throw here in the end zone, Mike, and those windows down here tight, they close so much faster in this part of the field. By the time he let it go, the defender was already in position and was able to make a play on the ball.
Here we go. Offense still out there. It is fourth and goal. They'll go. Mayfield. And he'll take it on in. Jalen McMillan. Touchdown, Tampa. Mayfield to the line. The Bucks will try for 2. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. That's to the end zone. Intercepted. Picked off by Divine Diablo.
I'm always curious how a defense is going to respond. So you give up a touchdown, you give up 6, and now the offense is trying to extend it to 8. How are you going to buckle down? How are you going to hang in there? In this case, let's give them a little credit. Keep those 2 off the board, and they can come to the sideline and regroup.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. The Falcons offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. Let's go back and scroll through some of their drives. One theme, Greg, going to keep emerging throughout. Too many turnovers.
Yeah, I think it's been a combination of just carelessness, right? Some sloppy play offensively that has caused some of them. But also, let's give some credit to the defense. I think in a lot of the cases, they're also forcing these takeaways, punching the ball out, going up for interceptions. They've been in the right place at the right time. So, combination of really good defense at times, and at times, really bad offense.
And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. They'll get 11 there. And that's a quick first down.
The ability to be effective on first down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
On first down, right back to Robinson. And he's going to be taken down. Not so easy this time. They drop him back behind the line. It's second down.
You know, so I think as you look back over the course of this game, it's really been the inability of this offense, Mike, to create any sort of balanced attack to get anything going. And whether you look at the rushing yards, whether you look at just the points scored, this offense has to find a way going forward to generate more big plays and more balance, both run and pass.
And he'll finally just get rid of this one. Didn't want to take a chance. Good decision. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Throwing on third down, Tungo Vailoa. The pressure gonna cave in on him. He will go down. Yaya Diaby. He's in there to drop him. And it leads to fourth down. The Falcons send their punting unit out. And they'll be looking for something a little better than that first effort, which he shanked. This is taken at the 25. And how about that? Nice return there, picking his way up past the 35-yard line. First and 10 now from the 36. Here's Gainwell, and he'll be brought down there, and that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this fourth quarter. So a win here for the Buccaneers. They get the home victory here in the division in the first of their two scheduled matchups. They'll have a chance to go for the season sweep on the road. On the Tampa Bay sideline, running back Bucky Irving. Good numbers on the ground in a win a week ago. A welcome to you, Mike Tirico, along with Greg Olsen. Chase McLaughlin set to get it started. And off we go here on Sunday Night Primetime. Not how you want to start things on offense. Early problems with the kick return. They're going to be backed up inside their own 20-yard line. First run of the game here for DeAndre Swift. And that's the way you want to run it on first down. A gain of 7. There are the numbers on the ground for Swift last week. 14 carries, 53 yards, and a touchdown. So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 3. They'll go again with Swift. And he's going to be stuffed well behind the line of scrimmage. A play going absolutely nowhere.
He sniffed that one out from the jump. I mean, once he diagnosed and knew where the ball was going, he got there in a hurry, and he put an end to that play really before it ever got started.
On third down, it's Williams. That's taken in by Khalif Raymond. And that one's going to be shut down. They are short of the line to gain. No first down, and the punt team will come on here on 4th down. On 4th down, here's Torrey Taylor to punt for Chicago. This brought in out past the 20. And he's going to be brought down after a short return. And that's where his team will get possession of the football. Baker Mayfield brings the Buccaneers out. Greg, he's 31 now, year 9 in the league. Former #1 overall pick out of Oklahoma back in 2018.
Here we have a guy, Mike, just really coming off a tremendous outing last week. It seemed like everything was working for him in that win. The early rhythm he was able to establish, he rode that to the final whistle. They had an answer for everything the defense threw at him, and if he continues to stay one step ahead and continues to protect the ball at this rate, this is going to be a hard group to beat.
And they'll be set up now. up past the 40 with that one. A gain of 11 on that one. It's a first down for Tampa Bay. Here's Irving. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
The big guys in the middle of the defense, Mike, the defensive tackles. So often they're asked to do the dirty work. Keep the blockers off the linebackers. Let them run around and make all the plays. But in this case, this guy's able to shed his blocker, make the stop, and keep it to no gain.
And he'll get this ahead. Gain of about 4, and it leads to third down. From the gun, it's Mayfield. That one's hauled in left side by McMillan. And great determination as he gets forward and picks up the first down.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a first down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
The drag route is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give him an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
Left side, and he's got it to Hurst. And he'll be taken down with the first down as time will run out on this opening quarter. So we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. What will the second quarter have in store? We're back to Soldier Field after this. On to the second, Buccaneers in possession of the football as they've got it with 1st and 10. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. This will be a 2nd down and 6. Out of the shotgun, Mayfield. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete.
I think he just rushed that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot.
Inside the 10, it is caught. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line. That's his 3rd catch of this first half and good enough for a first down. They'll try to run this one in. And he will take this one across into the end zone. Sean Tucker. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. First touchdown of the game for the NFL's leader in rushing TDs.
And if you go by the numbers, this has been the best rushing offense in football for a better part of this season, Mike. And a lot of different factors go into that, but it really starts with the ability to move guys up front. Their offensive line has been fantastic all season long, and just another great example of matchups up front in your favor. Lean into it, and they keep it pretty straightforward on that score.
And he will take it in and tack on the 2 points to make it 8-0.
Nothing fancy here. This was old school throwback smash mouth football, and they're able to pick up the 2-point play.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Khalif Raymond to return it. And he will get back to only about his 20-yard line. That's where the drive will start. Out comes Caleb Williams and the rest of this Bears offense. As we check the league leaders in passing yards, you can see he is right up there among the best in the NFL. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Williams hit, and he loses the football. And it looked like one of the Bears was able to get in there. He did, so the ball stays with Chicago.
So even though they avoid the turnover, this is still a play that they're going to coach hard off of. They're going to bring guys into the meeting room next week and say, hey, guys, we're not always going to be so fortunate. The ball is not always going to bounce our way. Anybody who handles the ball from the center to the quarterback to any of the ball carriers, the most important aspect of team offense is protecting the ball at all costs.
First time he's caught a ball here tonight, and it is good for a 1st down. The motion man is Raymond. On 1st down, it's Swift, and he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this 1st half. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. Here's Williams. Here's a screen taken in by Swift. And he is not going to get away. That one blown up in the backfield. Now the Bucs will take their 1st timeout. They'll talk things over before 3rd down. Working out of the gun, here's Williams. This to the right side, but it's going to wind up incomplete. Rome Odunze, the one he was looking for. And it's going to bring up 4th down. Timeout here, Tampa Bay. That is their 2nd, as they'll discuss what's to come as 4th down's looming. Here's Torrey Taylor now, as he's on to punt for the 2nd straight drive. Taken at the 19. And good coverage by the punt team. They stop him before he can get any return cranked up. The Buccaneers offense about ready to get going on their 2nd possession. The first time they had it, they scored a touchdown and added the 2-point conversion on top. So an 8-0 advantage as they work with it here on 1st and 10. Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll go again with Tucker. And the room to run is not there again. He is brought down for another loss. The Bears will use one of their timeouts here. They'll talk things over before 3rd down. Again, it is Tucker. And he's not going to get back to the line of scrimmage. They stop him again. And it brings up 4th down. They do indeed snap it as they'll try and throw. That's going to be incomplete. They felt compelled to go for it on 4th and long. That was a big ask, and the defense turns them away.
You know, Mike, you could almost just look down in the huddle, and the players are looking at the sideline like, Coach, isn't the punt team going to come out? And the coach was having none of it. He says, no, you're staying on the field. We're being aggressive all day long, and we're going to go pick up this 1st down.
He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throwaway. Vita Vea in there to drop him, and that's going to be a loss of 9 to open this drive. That'll bring up 2nd and long. They'll put Loveland in motion. The motion man is Raymond. Throwing on second down, Williams. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be third down. Operating from the shotgun, it's Williams. And that one's incomplete. They really ratcheted up the coverage there, and they force fourth down.
And this passing game continues to come up short these last couple plays. That's 2 consecutive incompletions in a row. Now they're staring fourth down right in the face.
On fourth down, it's Cairo Santos on for the Bears field goal. That one is good. And the Bears are on the board just before halftime.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
And he will not attempt a return, so this will come out now to the 35-yard line. The Bucs offense going to take over just before the half. The lead is 5 as they're going to start with this first down. On play action, Mayfield. This one pulled in by Hurst. The Buccaneers forced to use their third and final timeout as they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in this first half. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. They go play action with Mayfield. Oh, a lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. Emeka Ibuka, the intended receiver. And it'll be third down. Mayfield to throw. That is Hurst complete right side. And he's going to be out of bounds. Triple zeros up there on the clock. We have reached the end of the first half. And both teams ready to play on, so we'll do the same as we get set for quarter number 3. Third quarter set to commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. He'll start at the 4. Strong. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The Bucs offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Irving. Has an opening past the 40. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. 18 yards, the gain there. What a way to begin the third quarter. They'll go again here with Irving. Oh, and they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. They keep feeding him. 15 more on the ground. And another first down.
For that play to work, Mike, you have to distort the defensive line at the point of attack. And what that means is the offensive lineman, you need one of them to win their block. Move the defender out of his gap. Because when you do, you can see there is a nice run lane for the back to hit.
Here's the former Memphis Tiger, Kenneth Gainwell. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. That's 13 more on that play. And quickly, another first down. Baker gonna give it to Irving. He'll be brought down inside the 25. Rookie out of Oregon. They're on the tackle. From the 24 now, here's 2nd and 9. Right back to Irving. He'll manage to get 2, maybe 3 on that carry. Gervon Dexter there on the tackle. It's 3rd down. They need 6 for the first down. Throwing is Mayfield. This throw taken in by Hurst. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
Now they're entering the area of the field, especially with the amount of yards they've gained on this possession, Mike, where it feels like a touchdown is critical. For the defense, settling for a field goal here, especially with the ball where it is, feels like a win. They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
A 2nd down throw for Mayfield. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. To the pylon, he's in. Ted Hurst, touchdown Buccaneers. It's his 3rd touchdown catch this year.
You can just see the comfort, Mike, that this offense continues to play with. The early momentum in the first half has carried here after the break, and you can see this group just slowly starting to pull away.
And I'm thinking, Greg, about the guys on the other side. You're waiting at halftime, that other offense waiting to get back on the field. What happens? They come right out, extend the lead, and now the task gets a lot tougher for this second half. Mayfield to the line. The Bucs will try for 2. They'll go with the run and Irving. And he will get into the end zone and bump the lead up by 2 more.
Everybody's looking to end every drive with 6, but when you can turn that 6 into 8, man, what a confidence boost coming off the field, and they're going to force their opponent now to start chasing.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. They're trying to pin him deep. They'll take this from the 3. And he'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. The Bears offense getting ready for their opening possession of this second half. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. They'll go play action here with Williams. And the ball out of the reach of the receiver. Falls incomplete.
He's going to wish he had that one back. I think his receiver got behind the defense, Mike, and had a lot of room to run, but he just put a little too much on it, and they're not able to connect.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. In motion, it's Odunze. On 2nd down, it's Williams. He'll get this underneath to Swift. And he won't get away. Good open field tackle there to get him down behind the line.
I think this play is a direct result of his film study. He knew exactly where that ball was going before the play was snapped, and that play recognition, man, it separates a lot of guys in this league and results in a negative play.
First action for Odunze in this one, and he's got a first down.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. So play caller's dream, 2nd and inches. Williams to the air once more. Open man, that's Luther Burden. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line. Now the Bucs will take their first timeout. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the first down. They'll put Loveland in motion. He'll try to throw again. Here's Williams. That's a short one caught by Loveland. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. The motion man is Raymond. Throwing again, Williams. Looking down the field there, but it falls incomplete.
Can't exactly put my finger on it, but it just seems like this entire game, Mike, this passing game and this quarterback specifically, they've just been off. And whether it's missing these big shots downfield like he did there or just simple underneath layups, there's just something about him today that doesn't look right. And I think it's a big part of the reason they find themselves trailing here in the fourth quarter. At this stage of the game, things haven't been going your way, so one more mistake, it could just be too much to overcome. So a nice decision there. Just throw it away out of bounds and give your team a fighting chance.
Now or never, they'll throw on fourth down. And that's going to be incomplete. They had to take that chance, trailing here in the fourth, but they will turn it over on downs.
So the offense finds themselves in a tough situation. They're down by 2 scores late in this game. They know this is a prime opportunity. They need to play for a touchdown, and instead the defense makes a huge stand, and they got a chance now to close this game out.
On 1st and 10, here's Baker. Throw here down the field. Will fall. Incomplete. Pass intended for Emeka Egbuka.
I had a rule, Mike, when I was playing that if the ball hit either of my hands, it was a drop. You don't get paid in the NFL to make the easy ones. You get paid in the NFL to make them all, and I think that's a catch he's got to come down with.
That's caught down the field. He's got McMillan. A great connection there. They're going to bring it down inside the 35-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. From the gun, it's Mayfield. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. The Bears will use one of their timeouts here, and they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
A give. This is Irving. Trying to find somewhere to go, but the defense with other ideas. They stop him. That'll be no gain. That's a second charge timeout to Chicago. We'll talk things over before 3rd down. Mayfield. He's got his man, and Hurst has it. Mayfield to the line. The Bucs will try for 2. He'll drop to throw. That's going to be caught. So add a couple more points, and they add to their lead.
Mike, I think all of us can remember exactly where we were during a certain Super Bowl where throwing the ball this close to the goal line ended up being a disaster. But unlike that time, they ran this pass play to perfection, and the result, 2 points.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This will be returned from the 6. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. So the Bears making their way back out. Why don't we take a look at what they've got coming up the next few weeks on the schedule. They'll be on their bye week next week. That's week 10. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. This drive will begin with a run by Swift. Whoa, and he'll be brought down, but what a run down to the 40. Here's Williams on 1st and 10. That is incomplete. No way to force the football in there. Good coverage. It'll bring up 2nd down. From the shotgun, it's Williams. That one thrown behind his target, and it'll be incomplete. DeAndre Swift, the intended target. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
So this is where it gets really challenging as an offense. You find yourself trailing late in the game. The defense can play you one-dimensional. They know it's a pass-first situation, so extra defensive backs, the zones and the coverage are a little bit tighter and cloudier, and he's having a hard time finding any open windows downfield.
So just under 2 minutes here in this one. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. QB will survey the defense on 1st and 10. To throw it again, it's Williams. That's going to be incomplete. The coverage very stout there. That's going to bring up 2nd down. Working out of the gun, here's Williams. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. And he might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a 3rd down. That is brought in at the 10, and he'll be out of bounds down around the 40. 13 yards on that pass play. Good for a Bears 1st down. Operating from the shotgun, it's Williams. To the perimeter, he got Odunze on the out. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. Timeout here, Tampa Bay. That is their 2nd, and they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play. They'll run out of the gun. It is Swift. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal. To throw, it's Williams. He puts it up, and it's caught. Luther Burden. Touchdown, Chicago. It's his 4th touchdown on the year.
Oftentimes, you can tell the decision about whether or not a team is going to go for it on 4th down based on what they do on 3rd down, and I think they knew they had an extra down in their back pocket. Try on 3rd and goal to go through the air, and even if you fail, you still got one more shot at it, and it results in a touchdown.
Santos, good on the extra point, and the Bears are able to edge a bit closer. This one not quite over, but down a couple of scores. We're going to get an onside kick. They needed that to go their way to have any hope. but it's corralled by the hands team, and that should just about wrap this one up. On the ground, it's Tucker. The Bears go ahead, take their third and final timeout, as they'll get it with still 1:20 left to go in the game. Victory formation here, as he's down to a knee. He'll take the snap and go down to a knee. The Buccaneers forced to use their third and final timeout, as the clock will stop with 34 seconds to go in this one. Going to leave the offense out there for 4th and long. They'll go. Mayfield. That's going to be incomplete. They felt compelled to go for it on 4th and long. That was a big ask, and the defense turns them away.
Oftentimes, these critical downs come down to who executes the best. And in this case, Mike, the defense executed when it mattered the most. Big 4th down stop. And now they're going to get the ball back.
He'll send this one deep for Odunze. And that is incomplete. Rome Odunze was the intended receiver. Another try, 2nd and 10. They'll drop to throw. And he's not going to be able to escape the rush here. He goes down. Here's a big one. This 3rd down. He'll hurry up to spike it with 13 seconds showing on the clock. Defense has to play smart, avoid a penalty on 4th and long. To throw is Bajent. The Bucs have it. And he is going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown. So, after the fumble return, they'll bring the offense out and go for 2. Here we go. One final play. And that is incomplete. 2-point conversion attempt winds up being unsuccessful. Down to the final few seconds of this one as the kick is away. Raymond now to return it. And he is going to be taken down, and that is going to do it. So a win here for the visiting Bucs.
Downtown between Brush Street and I-375. That's where we're located in the heart of Detroit at Ford Field, which first opened back in 2002.
Today, we've got an interesting Week 11 matchup on tap, as it'll be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the Detroit Lions. And the visitors led by their quarterback, Baker Mayfield. His guys looking to take a step forward here. On the other side, Jared Goff. He's got his guys ready for action. Strap in. It should be a good one on EA Sports.
The NFL season has hit high gear, and off we go in Week 11 on EA Sports. And they will not get a chance to return this one as it's through the end zone for a touchback. So here are the Lions now coming out for their opening drive. They're led onto the field by the former Cal Bear and the #1 overall pick in 2016, Jared Goff.
A nice season individually last year, 4th straight year with over 4,400 yards passing. But the team missed the playoffs for the first time since 2022. He and the Lions expecting redemption this season.
They'll start the drive here with Pacheco.
And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. Call it no gain on the game's first play, and it's 2nd down now.
You look at this defense for Tampa Bay.
It's quite a unit, #1 in the NFL against the pass.
And I'm struggling a little bit trying to really categorize this crew. They're top 10 in the league against the pass, but the bottom half of the league in sacking the quarterback. That doesn't make sense. Imagine if this group ever put pressure on the QB, they'd easily move into the top 5.
And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. He'll get 17 that time, and the Lions have a 1st down.
The last thing I want to do is not give Amon-Ra St. Brown his due, because he is one of the most consistent receivers in the league, but he's much more than that. Tough, gritty, competitive. His 3rd straight year last year with double-digit touchdowns for his Lions.
Yeah, he will go out right near the 35-yard line. Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last 2 plays.
On 1st and 10, here's Pacheco.
And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Vita Vea stopped that play in its tracks. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss.
Again, it's Pacheco.
And he'll be brought down at the 27-yard line. They'll wind up getting 10 back as that sets them up for 3rd down.
Well, this defense for the Bucs, very strong in that victory a week ago.
Yeah, and what stood out to me on tape, the way they were flying to the football. So that tells me that they've got all their assignments down, and they're playing with extreme confidence.
They'll try for the first with Pacheco.
And they needed 2. They could only get 1. 4th down.
Well, they picked up a portion of it, but not all that they needed. Now that leads to a decision on 4th and 1. Let's see what they decide to do.
And on their first drive, the offense staying out there. They're going to go for it on 4th. They go ahead and snap it. Goff. And they'll work it inside the 15-yard line before it's all said and done. 4th down, no problem. Just a ho-hum pickup of 14 to keep the offense on the field.
So this offense able to convert on 4th, and now a fresh set of downs here. 1st and 10.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left.
Pacheco gets it up the gut.
A nice display of powerful running, but it takes him only to the 7. He's dropped there. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets him to 2nd and 4.
Hey, when you get good yardage like that on 1st down, it really does a whole lot of good for your entire offense. But I love the way he's finishing those runs. At the end of things, he's making sure he gets just a little bit extra.
Now a play fake, and it's Goff. Throw to St. Brown, complete on the left side. And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
His 4th touchdown on the year.
And the Lions will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon.
Now they'll line up to kick the extra point. It's up, it's good, and the Lions lead 7-0. So that drive consumes 9 plays all told. And the gadget play gets him into the end zone. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. There's the stiff arm. And beyond the 20, but not by much. In fact, just a yard pass there to the 21. So out come the Bucs now for their first drive. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018 from Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
You talk about the pause that refreshes. I think it's come at a perfect time of the year for them, hasn't it? You know, the season is starting to wind down, got a little bit of a break. But how about the guy calling the signals? He's got to be excited about that because now he didn't just get a game plan for 1 week. He was able to work on it for 2 weeks. I can't wait to see if they have anything special in store for him today.
It's a gain of 11, and the Bucs have a first down. Once again, it's Irving.
And he'll get this one up to about the 39 here. 6 yards on the pickup, and that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. An entertaining start to this one. More to come on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's Buccaneer football. Second down and 4. As they've got it as we resume action.
On the ground, this is Sean Tucker. Now he's loose down the left sideline. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. It's his 12th rushing touchdown, his 14th overall. And the Buccaneers are an extra point away from drawing level. And on that long run, maybe the defense caught napping a little bit.
The concentration level may not have been there. I agree with you on that one because those types of plays, when they result like that, they're almost like big bolts of lightning, aren't they? Whoosh, and off he goes.
They're going to keep it on the ground. And he'll get in, and they take an 8-7 lead. Well, they got down 7-zip. They said, we'll go for 2, one up you, and they take the lead.
How about that for a little risk-reward, right? If you don't get it, you're only down a point. Let's go ahead and make a statement in this ball game, and that's exactly what they did.
And he's up past the 20 to the 22-yard line. The Lions go back to work as you get a peek at their offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. He is as intense and as focused as you'll find in this business, and all eyes, including his, are on what is to come in this next possession. Here's Pacheco to begin the drive.
And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. After the loss to start out, here's 2nd and 11. In motion goes the tight end. Goff.
That pass completed to Dortch.
And he's got it past the 30 before he's hit and dropped. 13 yards on his first catch. It's a first down as well. They'll fake the handoff. Now Goff. That'll be caught. It's St. Brown.
Still on his feet.
And he takes this one in for a Lions touchdown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown
with his 2nd touchdown of the game and 5th on the year.
And the Lions have regained the lead.
Now the extra point. And it's up and good to make this now a 14-8 ball game. The drive there only spanning 3 plays. And it's capped off by a touchdown for the Lions. Here are the Lions now as they line up and kick this one away. Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here. And he nearly broke that for more, but as it is, still a good return. They'll start the drive right around the 37. Tampa Bay, they're getting ready to set up shop here for their second drive. And it's only November, but the playoffs, we know how it works. They'll be here before you know it. If it ended today, they would be the #1 seed.
And that's a great spot to be in, but I love the phrase, if it ended today. And I'll guarantee you, that's what they've discussed in their locker room, in their meeting rooms. Yeah, we know where we'd be if it ended today, but we also know it's not ending today.
Right.
So they've got to continue to play the type of ball that put them in the spot where they're #1 in their conference.
68 yards rushing for him as he has been tough to stop here this first half.
2 minutes remaining in this first half of football.
2 yards still to go. Third down now. They'll try and run for it with Tucker. And a good run here as he'll rumble all the way down to the 40-yard line.
15 yards as Tampa Bay picks up the first.
A run once more with Tucker. And maybe a little over pursuit there as he's able to take this down to the 25-yard line. On 1st and 10, here's Irving.
He's able to force his way through one man, but he can muster only about a yard on the play. Second down.
On the handoff, it's Tucker.
And they do get him down, but not before he's able to slip it inside the 5-yard line. So it's 1st and goal and a great opportunity to get that lead back before the break.
Tucker.
And he's in. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Sean Tucker.
As the first half is winding down.
And the Bucs have tied the ball game with a chance to take the lead into the locker room. Some good running there at the end of the drive. He had the burst that set up the 1st and goal, and then one play later, he's in the end zone.
Brandon, what I liked about that sequence is I'm not sure who made the play call, but they understood the situation, understood the momentum. A nice hard-charging run, give it right back to him, and let him cap things off.
So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22.
The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive.
And with 10 seconds left, not really enough time to put something together.
And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down.
So a tight one so far, 1-point game at the break as we check in with Scott Hansen at our halftime report. Scott.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Our tour of the NFL starts now. It begins in Houston. The Texans at home to take on the Colts in the AFC South. And how about a big play from the Colts defense? They knock the football out, force the fumble, scoop it, and they're taking it back the other way. What a game-changing play. Touchdown. The Colts win their 3rd straight game as they get the victory today. One more to show you. Let's go to Charlotte. It's the Panthers taking on the Baltimore Ravens. And it's Alvin Kamara. He's going to hustle his way to the end zone, 10 yards on the touchdown. Points at a premium here in the first half in this one. 6-6 your score after 2. With that, time for a look at the rest of the action going on here in week number 11 in the NFL's regular season. In our game, the home crowd has been energized by the play of their running back. His guys looking to keep their undefeated season alive as we rejoin our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Okay, Scott, thanks a bunch. And we'll see which team's adjustments are going to pay dividends here as we are just about ready for the start of the second half. The Bucs with the lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. The Bucs offense set to begin this third quarter. And they've got the lead, CD. What do you expect from them in this second half?
Well, I like what they were able to do on the ground in the first half because they had a lot of success running the ball, and I certainly think we'll see more of that. But I'd keep an eye on that defense, and I think their coaches up in the box will do the exact same thing. If they start to see one or two guys start to creep towards the line of scrimmage, that'll be licensed to take some shots downfield.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Give him 13 yards on the opening play of the drive and also give him a first down.
And what a nice example there of a tight end doing exactly what he needs to do. How about how he worked his way to the outside, made sure he secured the catch, and then anything after that, we count that as a bonus. And indeed, he gets enough for the first down.
Mayfield. Again, that's Hurst. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or two shy of the 40. Give him back-to-back catches now. That one for 16 and another first down.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. Now Mayfield. And that'll be incomplete.
The coverage was good, but I just wonder if they absolutely fooled the quarterback on that play. I think he was expecting something else. Ended up with nowhere to throw the football successfully.
First down marker at the 31. It's third down. Mayfield to throw it. He'll find McMillan here. Still fighting. And it's going to be another first down as they'll get him to the ground at the Lions' 12-yard line. A big play that time on the catch and run. And it'll give them a fresh set of downs. From down at the 12, it's 1st and 10. Baker going to give it to Irving. And he's going to work this one down to about the 5. 7 yards on the pickup there, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 3.
He hadn't had a ton of success here so far, but you get the feeling that he might be on the verge of popping one.
Yeah, even on that one, there was a little bit of a hole, but it closed there quickly at the end. They'll stay on the ground with Irving. And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1.
In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin too.
This will be play number 8 here on the drive. It's 3rd and a yard.
A give here to Tucker.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Sean Tucker.
His 3rd touchdown of the game, number 14 on the year.
And the Bucs take the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead. Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They'll try and run it here. And he is into the end zone again as he scores both the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to extend this lead.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he'll get it up across the 20 to the 21-yard line. The Lions offense and their running back Isaiah Pacheco getting set for this next possession. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. Goff and this Lions offense set for a 1st and 10.
At their own 21. They'll start this drive out on the ground.
And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down.
They'd love to just strike back with a touchdown right here, and if it's a long play, so be it. But the main goal, get a couple of 1st downs, run some plays, run some clock, allow their defense to get a chance to catch their breath, settle down, and relax a little bit after they just gave up a score.
Wide open receiver complete. And they work this well upfield across the 45. A gain there of 21 yards. Goff in the offense with a 1st and 10. And he's completed all 7 of his passes thus far.
Headed straight, it's Pacheco. Now he's able to break through 1 tackle, but it slowed him down enough that he could only manage getting back to the line of scrimmage. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now at Ford Field. It's the Lions trailing, but with possession of the football as we get set to bring you the 4th quarter. 2nd and 10. Goff now to throw. Oh, the Buccaneer pressure too much. Down he goes. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts.
That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this.
So now following the sack, Goff and the Lions needing to come up with something here on 3rd and long.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. He's airing it out for Williams. And the defense loses him. It's complete. Touchdown, Detroit.
Jamison Williams.
His 2nd touchdown on the season.
And the Lions have made it a 1-score game again here in the 4th.
Extra point splits the uprights. And now things get a bit more interesting here in this 4th quarter. Here are the Lions now as they line up and kick this one away.
And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30.
Now the Buccaneers offense gets ready to head back onto the field.
And they've seen their lead nearly extinguished after that last score, but bottom line, they are still on top with the football, and a touchdown on this drive would really put them in position A. The drive begins with a carry by Tucker.
They're going to snuff this play out behind the line. We have not seen that much today.
2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12. Mayfield looks to throw. And this throw incomplete. Well, the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down.
One thing you hope to see out of a rookie tight end is a real concentration when the ball's in the air, and I'm not sure that he didn't, but he has to be prepared for people making a play on it when that ball's up for grabs.
Possibly a turning point. Big play coming. This is 3rd and long. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield.
Oh, this will be incomplete. The rush gets home just as he was letting that go. That could have been worse. Instead, it's 4th down.
Well, that's a good piece of quarterbacking right there because he certainly felt the pressure coming. The alternative, getting sacked for the first time. He didn't like that option at all. Did a nice job saving yardage by throwing that one away.
And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The Bucs try it on 4th down, but come up empty. And the Lions will get the football back in terrific field position.
The Lions offense and Jared Goff set to take over once more. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been that successful. He just processes things so quickly and makes a right read seemingly every time.
Now Goff.
A little short pass here taken in by Laporta. Down inside the 10.
And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit.
Sam Laporta,
his first touchdown on the year.
And the Lions have taken a 4th quarter lead.
Out comes the kicking team here for the extra point. And the lead is up to 5. A nice tidy little drive there, getting the ball in excellent field position, and only one play to score it. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. Oh, a good return up past the 30. Still going. And how about that return as he's all the way inside the 20-yard line.
And that's the type of return that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the defense now. They've got to go out on the field almost like it's a sudden change, almost like it's a turnover. They've got to go out there and try and stop them. But, boy, what a tough spot they're in.
And able to get him down, but he does reach the 5.
40 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries. Here's 1st and goal. Handoff running left, Irving.
And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
Bucky Irving with his 6th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Buccaneers answer back with a touchdown of their own to take a 4th quarter lead. Plenty of scoring here of late, and our lead changes hands now in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, they just gave up a touchdown the other end, so they knew that with time getting short, they had to put something together here, and they were able to do so and retake the lead right back.
So now an extra point doesn't help much. They'll try to go for 2 to make the difference a field goal, and they can lead it by 3. They're going to try and run. And he will not get there. He comes up short. And they're unable to push this lead to a field goal as it'll remain a 1-point game. McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
From a yard or 2 deep, here comes a return. And he probably wishes he would have sat on that one. Instead, he's only able to get this up beyond the 15-yard line. The Lions offense and receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown set to go once more. And he's looking to finish strong. He has been the star of the show as they have just had absolutely no answers for him defensively. This is 1st and 10.
Goff now looking to throw. He's got it to Williams.
And his play caller does a nice job of giving him an easy throw to start this drive, and he takes advantage of it. The completion sets up a manageable 2nd down.
4th quarter, 2 minutes on the clock in a tight 1-point game. So the Lions in possession of the football as we welcome you back. They come up on a 2nd down now in a game that looks like it's going to go down to the wire.
Here's 2nd down.
A shotgun snap for Goff.
Oh, he had a man open. He overshot him. It's incomplete.
You're not going to get many better opportunities than that to take the lead in the 4th quarter. He's got a man wide open. But, oh, my goodness, just too much air under the ball, and he knew it right away.
Now it's Goff.
St. Brown on the catch. And he is going to get out of bounds with the 1st down. So that's going to double their pleasure for sure. They get the 1st and save a timeout.
That's what they need right now. Get the 1st down, get out of bounds, stop the clock.
Just playing smart football, understanding the situation, making the plays necessary, and making sure that clock stops at every opportunity.
Now Goff.
A little short pass here taken in by Laporta.
And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the 2nd of their timeouts.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now.
Room here to run. And they move this all the way down to the 9. Well, I guess at the very least, they got the tackle from keeping him out of the end zone.
Yeah, you're looking for that silver lining, aren't you? But guess what? Everything changes now after that big play. They've got a chance to strike.
And he'll take this into the end zone. Now, hold on here. We do have a flag down. So let's see what this is about. So we race the flag. They decline it.
And did they use the big eraser, or was that the one at the end of the number 2 pencil?
Oh, I was thinking the 2x2-inch ones that you can buy and use in addition to the pencil.
And those last forever.
A long time.
No doubt.
So now here come the Lions up to go for 2. Goff. And it is incomplete, so they can't convert for 2. And now the lead stays at 5. Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. So the Bucks down by 5, a little over a minute to go. Their undefeated season, it's in danger unless they can score here as they've got a 1st and 10. They'll start out with a run by Tucker. We are inside of 1 minute, only 1 timeout left, so they've got to move quickly.
Get up to the line of scrimmage, make sure they're set. No penalties in this situation, but you're exactly right. Conserve that timeout for when they really need it.
Here comes 2nd down at 5. Mayfield to throw. Oh, and that'll be incomplete. Well, he took a shot as he let that go, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
I guess you can't be afraid to take those chances late in the game. He tried to fit that one in there. Nice job, though, defensively.
But to your point, it was a nice job of knocking the ball away. But you're also right. You can't be afraid to take those chances. That means your guys going downfield to catch the ball, they've got to elevate their game and come down with these in order to keep your offense moving.
Baker changing the play at the line. Mayfield. This is caught by McMillan.
And he'll be stopped well short. Only 2 yards there. 4th and 3.
No timeout. You got to go quick here.
No choice but to go. Here's 4th down now.
Desperation time. Mayfield on 4th down.
Pass complete. Hurst.
And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. They keep the game alive, at least for the moment, as it's a 1st down.
Here's Baker.
Short throw underneath to Hurst. And he's got this down a yard or 2 shy of the 40 before he's out of bounds. That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he was unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
They'll come up now on second down. Mayfield.
It's caught at the 10. And he's across for the touchdown, and it's likely the game winner here in the closing stages.
Charles, that drive was perfect, methodical, executed so well, and they grabbed that lead with almost no time left for a last gasp from the other side.
No way you could have drawn up a better final drive, because not only did they keep their eyes on the end zone, but they made sure they bled the clock out as well and denied their opponent a chance to respond. That's just terrific situational football to end this one.
Now the Bucs offense will stay out there as they'll go for 2. Mayfield to throw. And this is caught. And it's a 3-point game. So that effort gives them a 3-point cushion and guarantees that a field goal going forward won't beat them.
Yeah, that's really good strategy, because that's all you care about. Not getting beat at this stage. At least give your team a fighting chance.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped it to 23-yard line.
One last throw here for Goff. He's going to let it fly. And it's incomplete. So their final drive comes up empty. And with that, the ball game is over.
On the visitors' sideline, their head coach. His guys come in here winners of 2 straight. Across from him on the Bucs sideline, Todd Bowles. His guys ready to feed off the energy in this building as they try to win one in front of the home crowd. Set now to wrap up a busy week of football. Happy to have you with us. And, folks, we are underway on Monday Night Primetime. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27.
So here are the Panthers now for their opening drive. And a look here now at their 4th-year quarterback.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it, because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
Now Young fakes a sweep and looks to throw off play action.
Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. And he returns it to the end zone. A fumble recovery touchdown for the Bucs. And give some kudos to the defensive coordinator, I think, here. They bring the blitz, they dial it up, and it turns into 6 points for them.
It's so nice to hear you actually give kudos to the defense. It is so nice. You're such an offensive guy like that. I love it. He dialed things up, and boy, a big play resulted for his guys.
Well, you like the credit to the defense there, right, my friend?
Yeah, do I ever?
Now whistles come in. We're going to get a timeout here by the offense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. And now here is the offense onto the field as their first involvement will be a 2-point conversion attempt. They're going to keep it on the ground. And he will get in to make it 8-0. They wasted no time showing how aggressive they're going to be in this game. They get the quick score, and then they go for 2, CD.
Surf's up, partner. And when surf's up, you ride the wave. They felt great about that quick drive, put it in the end zone. Why not go for 2? They felt comfortable with the play call that they had.
And the home crowd loves it. So here's the kickoff now as they'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. And he returns this to the 22. The Panthers offense led by their running back headed out for the second possession. We take a look at the league leaders in receiving touchdowns out of the backfield. Now, his numbers are superior to the rest of his peers at this point in the season. This Carolina offense at the line, ready to go. And let's just say they're going to be looking to start over on this drive. A few moments ago, they were in the exact situation, but their first play led to a fumble that was returned for 6.
Yeah, you definitely have to have a short memory to play in the NFL. You got to remember what you did wrong so you don't repeat it, but you can't dwell on it because then you will repeat it, and that's what you don't want to do.
A 3-yard loss to start the drive. They'll look to make that up and then some on 2nd and 13. Young to throw it.
Throwing quickly there, but it's incomplete. Well, this defense for the Buccaneers, they were terrific a week ago in that win over Detroit.
And no matter what's done throughout a ball game, it always comes back to blocking and tackling. That's the essence of football. But I think it's hard for people to understand just how difficult it is to tackle, especially open field. Very few missed tackles on tape that I saw last game. This team does a nice job of getting their opponents on the ground.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Out of the gun, it's Young. And down he goes, a Buccaneer sack.
That's Kalijah Cansey in to get him down. Well, certainly not an ideal first quarter for him. Remember, he lost the fumble earlier, and here he ends up on the ground with a sack.
And sometimes what happens when you make a mistake early, you get too cautious going forward. Just cover up the football and take care of it and be able to cut it loose. Otherwise, your offense is going to stall.
So on 4th down, here's the Australia native Mitch Wishnowsky to punt this one away.
And the win last week punted 4 times as this one's away. Taken right around the 44. A great return there of 22 yards. And the Buccaneer offense will be set up well as they take over. So now you've got their offense coming out for the first time with great initial field position. Leading them out is the Austin, Texas native at quarterback. It's Baker Mayfield.
And he's a guy who plays with a lot of emotion. He's learned how to channel it really positively because when he throws the football downfield and makes a big play, he'll be the first guy downfield to celebrate with you. But also, when his team needs that confidence, when they need that jolt, they turn to him, and he's ready to provide it.
So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. Now with the play clock down to 2, we're going to get a timeout here. And that's their second charge timeout here in this first quarter. They're down to 1 remaining.
They'll run. This is Bucky Irving. And a strong run there as he'll maneuver his way down inside the 15.
That good for 19 and a first down.
A give here to Tucker.
And they get to him quickly here as he stopped right around the 13. Give him a couple on the carry there. 2nd and 8.
Well done to sniff that out defensively. He had it diagnosed pretty quickly.
I love that description because diagnosed is perfect on that one. Read his keys, made the play, and he couldn't even get going moving the football.
2nd down and 8. On the handoff, this is Irving.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Bucky Irving, his 7th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bucs go up by 2 touchdowns.
Well, early on, they have all facets of the game working in tandem.
Yeah, you give the defensive touchdown early to give you the first score, and then your offense piggybacks on top of that and gets their own. And any coach we've ever talked to, and we've had that conversation with them prior to the game, they always say, you know, if we can score on defense or special teams, that gives us like a 95% chance of winning the game. I don't know if that number's correct, but it certainly does tend to play out that way, doesn't it?
It does.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They'll try and run it here. And he is in to make it 16-0.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. So this offense headed back out. Panthers offensive coordinator Brad Idzik there. His guys trail here in this first half. And now they'll focus on trying to get some points on this upcoming drive.
Looking to put a drive together.
Young. And the timing a bit off that time as that one falls to the ground.
And I think we're all starting to wonder with this early deficit, what will that do to their play calling? Do they feel like they have to be more aggressive because they're throwing to start the drive here, but it winds up incomplete?
They'll send a receiver here in motion right.
Throwing, Young. That's taken in. It's Jalen Coker. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 16 yards on the play as they try to chip away at this 16-point deficit. Young's got his guys 1st and 10. They'll look to throw here. A short throw hauled in by Trimble. And they'll get this well past midfield before being stopped just before the 35. That one good for 20 on the catch and run.
You can almost hear the sigh of relief coming from their sideline and from their point on the field, because this has been a tough start for them thus far. A much-needed first down there. They needed something good to happen. Plays like that will continue to help them dig out of this hole.
Young will set to throw. Oh, the Buccaneer pressure too much. Down he goes. The pressure from multiple guys there as they bury him for a big 9-yard loss.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That's 3 sacks now, and this team came into the game in the bottom 5 in the league in sacks.
Yeah,
What's going on?
It's not been their bread and butter. I don't know. Is a blind squirrel finding a nut, or is this something they can build on?
Well, they found some momentum. They found a crack in that offensive line, and they're putting it to good use.
We are in for a good one as we're through one on EA Sports. Panther football to start quarter number 2 as they've got it facing a 2nd and long situation. Young to throw it. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
They've given him some different looks here defensively in the early going. He's only hit 2 of his first 5 passes. With a big 3rd down coming up, he's hoping he's got a play dialed up that can take advantage of whatever the defense throws at him.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. And now a first chance for the backup here to throw. He's got his target. That's complete. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. The defense shaking their heads, not aggressive enough, and they allow him to convert a 3rd and 18. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. They'll run out of the gun. It's Hubbard. And that play going absolutely nowhere as he's belted before he could get out of the backfield. They'll have to deal with a 2nd and 14 now after the loss. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. Here's Pickett. To the right side, hauled in by McMillan. And a nice job to break free of 1 tackle, but it slowed his momentum somewhat, and he's taken down right after. A short gain of just over 2 yards as the first half clock dips inside of 3 minutes. It's been a pretty long drive. This will be play number 9, and they need 10 yards out of it on 3rd. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll take this into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Jalen Coker, his 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Panthers get a bit closer. Ryan Fitzgerald now to add the extra point. It's good, and that cuts it to 9 at 16-7. So that drive, 80 yards, 9 plays. And Carolina scores to cap it off. Following the touchdown, this is Fitzgerald now to send this one away. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And what a return. Great field position all the way out to the 48 there.
Tampa Bay, they're getting ready to set up shop here for their second drive.
And if you just look at this game, Charles, on paper, they've got the edge, no doubt. They're hanging around the top of the NFC. On the other side, you got a squad that's towards the bottom of the NFC. But when we mentioned that to the coaches, they were having no part of it.
Yeah, and I like how you said when we mentioned it. In fact, I mentioned it, and I upset them a little bit, didn't I? Because they wanted no part of that one, and I was reminded, like a 5-year-old, this is the NFL. Any given Sunday, anything can happen. They are guarding against the upset.
They'll start on the ground with Irving.
And he'll get across midfield and into Carolina territory.
Big Derek Brown making the stop. Well, these two teams hooking up for the second time this year. They first met back in October, Week 7, and it was the visiting Bucs who came away victorious, so they'll look to claim the season series with a win here in Tampa.
And we've hit the 2-minute mark in this first half of action.
From the 47, it's 2nd and 5. On the handoff, it's Tucker.
And he'll get it down on the play to the 37. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
For a lot of guys playing this game, there's no better feeling than running right through a tackle. He's able to lower his center of gravity and churn his legs for a really nice pickup.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10.
Again, it's Tucker.
And there is nowhere for him to cut back as he's taken down in the backfield. That's going to wind up a loss of a full 3 yards on 1st down.
An interesting and intriguing decision there defensively because they kept extra DBs on the field despite seeing the multiple tight end look that came out for the offense.
I thought they were going to switch out of it. I didn't know if they felt they didn't have time or what the case was.
Well, in any event, the extra speed allowed for great penetration as they stuffed that one behind the line of scrimmage.
And he gets this down inside the 35 before going out of bounds.
Let's not quibble about the gain there on 2nd down. That was a positive play because that was a take-what-you-can-get situation. Got out to the tight end. Now it gives them a much better opportunity to convert on 3rd down.
Again, that's Hurst.
And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. 50 catches for him now on the year, and he's got a first down.
Well, a lot of times when you get a manageable 3rd down situation like this, you have to think about your tight end, and he comes through for him, picking up the first down.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Well, they've been back on their heels a little bit here in this drive, but a chance to exhale just a little bit there with incompletion on 1st down. Now they have to gear up, try and get 2 more stops, and escape this drive.
That is caught. It's Chris Godwin. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. The Bucs forced to use their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half.
Now a 1st and 10 at the 11.
Working out of the gun, Mayfield. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. A great effort there as the first half is winding down.
And the Bucs will extend their lead here just before halftime. So they get their tight end away from the line to the outside, and he works his way in for 6.
Tight ends are not just blockers anymore. I don't know how many more times we need examples, but here's a great one. Gets to the outside, they give him the ball pretty quickly, and they trust him to get those extra yards, and boy, did he come through, bullying his way into the end zone after the nice catch.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here. They're going to try and run. And they are 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions as he is into the end zone for the score. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And taken down just past the 20 at about the 21-yard line. The Panthers out there and ready to begin their next drive. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Yaya Diaby got in there behind the line and dropped him for a loss on the play.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. A great weekend of football behind us. In case you missed any of the action, let's recap it for you. Our tour of the NFL starts now. It begins out west. Southern California is where we find the Chargers at home to take on the Patriots on Sunday night. This a wild card playoff rematch from a year ago. And this is the runner-up for MVP from a season ago, Drake May. A 4-yard touchdown pass in the box score. The Pats continue to roll. It's been 2 months since their last loss. This win today makes it 8 straight victories. From there, we go to Indianapolis. We'll check in on the Colts. They're hosting the New York Football Giants. And this is Najee Harris. Spots an opening, capitalizes on it, 15 yards for the touchdown. The Colts get the victory here in a battle of 2 teams who could end up seeing each other again in February. Lastly, after some debate here internally, we've settled on our Impact Player of the Week. It is this man. And it's Joe Burrow. He went for over 300.
The Bucs with the lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. And they're going to have good starting field position. He's out of bounds, but not before he's across the 35. Out come the Buccaneers. They'll have it first to start in the third quarter. Now, right now, they're saying, hey, let's keep this going. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, can't ask for a better start than that, can you? I mean, this is the way you practice it. This is the way you rehearse it. But right now, the play calling, they're locked in really well.
On the ground, it's Irving to start the drive. And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Bucky Irving with his second touchdown of the game, number 8 on the season. And the Bucs are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. And he certainly played a pivotal role with those 2 TDs and why they're up on the scoreboard right now.
Well, someone's all about winning, aren't they? Because he's not worried about the number. Sure, it's great to have 2 touchdowns. But the bottom line is what he's doing is contributing to their lead. He wants to continue to do so.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here. They're going to keep it on the ground. And make him 4 for 4 now on 2-point conversions as he'll take this one in for the score.
I think this is just going to be a function of the times we live in now. Very similar to the bat flip in baseball. Everyone's got to start to get comfortable with this. But to me, this is just rubbing it in. You got a big lead. Go ahead and take the extra point. One thing to keep in mind, though, karma's still out there. And sometimes it has a way of catching up with you.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. The Panthers offense and Chuba Hubbard set to take over once more.
Looking to put a drive together.
They'll begin this series with a give to Hubbard.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line.
Stuck for a loss by the safety Antoine Winfield Jr.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything in the run game. Case in point right there.
So the opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12. From the shotgun, it's Young.
And that one going to be off target and incomplete.
And there's another stop. One of the league's best defenses is certainly bringing it again this week.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. They'll send a receiver in motion left. 3rd down, Young from the gun. And that is incomplete.
And you can tell just by looking at them that this offense is a frustrated unit. Things are really unraveling here, and as a head coach, time to earn your paycheck. You've got to find a way to keep it together as that brings up another 4th down.
They'll look to set up his blockers. 45 yards, that's what the punt goes for. 5 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over.
The Buccaneers offense and their running back Bucky Irving getting ready to go back to work.
The Buccaneers in good field position here to start out 1st and 10 at their 36-yard line. They'll start this drive out on the ground. And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35.
131 yards for him on the ground now. He has been a tough man to bring down all night. So 1st and 10, and if they score on this drive, might have to start digging in our second half blowout material. Once again, it's Irving.
And not much running room. Down to the 32. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
This, the second meeting between these two division rivals. You might recall they met earlier in the year, and it was the visitors getting the win there, so they'll be looking for the sweep back here at home.
And he's going to get this pretty close to a 1st down, stopped at the Panthers' 24.
A yard all they need, but it's 3rd down. And they'll try and run for it with Gainwell.
And he will not only not get the yard he needed, he goes the wrong direction. He lost 2, and it brings up 4th.
Just a simple run play there on 3rd and 1, but this D was up to the challenge and stopped them, bringing up 4th down.
Now the offense is not leaving the field. They're going to stay out and go for it on 4th and 3. Mayfield off the play fake. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The Bucs try it on 4th down, but come up empty. And it'll be a turnover on downs. Now the Panthers offense, they get set to come back onto the field.
And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football.
looking to put a drive together. A first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. And he'll just plow right into a host of tacklers. Nothing there at all, and it'll be 2nd and 10. And he got off the end there very quickly to make that play.
Yeah, it was almost like the bullet train, wasn't it? I mean, just zoom. Quick, quick, quick. And what a terrific play, holding them to no gain.
Here's Young. And his throw is incomplete.
Well, partner, they've certainly played up to their top 10 defensive ranking this week. They've stifled this opposing offense throughout this game. This contest is now lopsided because of their efforts, and there's still a quarter to go.
Looking to throw, Young. That's incomplete, but there is a flag down, so hang on. A big call coming on 3rd down.
So a mistake there, Charles, from the rookie pass rusher.
And oftentimes when you make the jump from college to the NFL, you have to adjust to the rules. But in this case, the rule's no different than in college. Once the ball's gone, you can't continue on and get your shot in. That's one where you have to have some discipline. And even though he's a rookie, he really should know better.
A give up the middle. Hubbard
Shreds the tackle. And he's going to bowl his way forward to the 48. It's a 7-yard carry to set them up with a 2nd and 3.
One quarter remains here as we wrap up the week on Monday Night Primetime.
We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Tampa.
Now 2nd and 3.
A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4.
And he's fortunate to get anything from that. Give him a yard up to the 49.
The Panthers on 3rd down. They've converted 3 out of 5 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 2.
Pickett now from the gun here.
And the throw there going to be incomplete.
They lead big, and a major part of that has been how they've taken their play to a whole new level this second half. No points allowed since the break, and you can add another incompletion to the total number that they forced in this runaway contest.
Pickett, 4th down, desperation time.
And he's brought down. Can't do anything with a football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. And the Panthers turned away on 4th down. And the Bucs are going to take over with excellent field position to boot. Mayfield. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down.
A CD, they're up big, but they're still passing it. I mean, this is an offense that's had a lot of success in this game, and it seems like they're just having fun out there.
And it does feel like there's been a shift out there, doesn't it, partner? Listen, if you're up, you can continue to do what you want to do. It's up to the other team to make you change how you do things. They'll continue to throw it around until stopped.
Play fake. Mayfield.
That is caught. McMillan with it.
And he will get into the end zone. It's another touchdown. This thing is ugly.
Well, this has been another impressive display by this undefeated team, Charles, and it looks like they're going to stay that way after this one.
Yeah, one of the league's best offenses. They've stayed on brand in this contest because they continue to look good at what they do. Just added a late touchdown. Now they're really hammering home just how good they've been all year long, letting the rest of the league take notice.
Now the Bucs offense will stay out there as they'll go for 2. They'll try and run it here. And they're a perfect 5 for 5 now on 2-point conversions as he is in to get them 2 more. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he's up past the 20 to the 22-yard line. This Carolina offense at the line, ready to go. We certainly had a sense coming in here that these guys were in for a tough one on the road. That has been how this ball game has played out. They trail big as we continue on now here in this fourth quarter. Good coverage downfield led to him taking off, picking up the first down on a 13-yard run.
That's the first time he's called his own number, but he's got to be overjoyed with the results. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept on him in the pocket.
So from the 36 now, 1st and 10.
Pickett will look to throw it here.
And it's incomplete. Boy, he doesn't drop many like that one. 2nd down.
Well, it just seems like all game long there hasn't been a lot of sync quarterback to wide receiver on this side of the football.
They haven't been on the same page, quarterback and receivers. Heck, they haven't been on the same grease board when you draw plays up. They haven't been on the same surface tablet that you look at on the sidelines. Nothing's worked for them. They've got to find a way to start matching each other's movements.
That one complete till again.
And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40.
And we are inside of 2 minutes left in this lopsided affair.
So it's Panther football as we welcome you back. The last play on the completion got them half of what they needed. Now here's a tough 3rd and 5.
Looking to throw, Pickett. To the left side, he's got McMillan. And he is going to have a Panthers first down. He needed 5. He got it barely as it will officially go down as a gain of 5 yards. Pickett, he'll look to throw it. They'll set up the screen here for Hubbard.
The first down screen pass, good for 5.
The key to any screen play is all in the deception, and that means everyone on the offensive side of the ball. But someone gave it up because that one wasn't very well concealed. And the defense able to rally to him and hold him for just a short gain.
Dialing up another pass here. Pickett. They'll run the screen with Hubbard.
And this one goes nowhere. Losing yardage on the play back at the 46.
I thought that wasn't a bad time to call the screen. I thought late game, down on the scoreboard, had to figure they were expecting a pass downfield.
Yeah, so the edge rushers, they're coming. That could have hit big. You're right. Good recognition defensively to snuff that one out.
And as this defense walks off the field, they can do so with their heads held. Few better places in the country weather-wise this time of year than this one right here, Tampa, Florida, and beautiful Raymond James Stadium. Today, we've got a Week 13 matchup for you here, as it'll be the LA Chargers taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. And, Charles, you take a look at this Buccaneer ball club.
On the Chargers sideline, their quarterback, Justin Herbert.
The streak continues, doesn't it? They come in here a perfect 11-0.
On the other side is Baker Mayfield.
Meanwhile, for our visitors, the Chargers, they come into this one knowing it's been a while since tasting victory. They've dropped 4 in a row.
Can they remember what it was like to win a game? In these types of situations, you're looking for someone to inspire you, and it doesn't have to be one of your best players either.
The calendar has turned to December, and we're in the home stretch now as we're underway in Week 13.
And able to get this out to the 25. Here comes the Chargers offense onto the field, led by one of the toughest and most physically gifted players in the league, in Justin Herbert.
I think his task in this game is really simple. Eliminate the turnovers. He threw 2 interceptions last week. I can't believe I led with that because he had 3 touchdown passes.
Right.
So there's a lot of good that he did, but he's got to take care of the ball better. The ball has to go to guys wearing the jerseys that they're wearing this week, not the opposition.
Herbert to throw right away. Now this one finds McConkey.
He's going to be dropped following a pickup of 7 past the 30 to the 32.
He was locked in.
2 trips to the end zone, Charles, over 100 yards receiving.
How about the combination of route running, confidence going downfield, and the ability to go up and get the football? You're exactly right. It was hard for them to stop him.
They'll operate from the 32-yard line here, 2nd and 3.
Play action. It's Herbert.
And his throw's going to be incomplete.
When you look at this defense,
Currently #1 in the NFL against the run.
Now if they could just get their pass defense in line, this unit would be really, really strong. And remember the conversation with the defensive coordinator? He wants them to rush the passer better. He wants to see the quarterback on the ground. They've got to create some sacks.
And he said it starts early and often. We'll see if they can get to him.
Herbert. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is going to have the Chargers first down as they convert on 3rd and 3 with a nice gain of 7 yards.
I got a kick out of that one, partner. You and I talk often about trying to hide receivers in certain situations, but a guy of his size can't really hide him. But the tight end drag route, definitely an effective way to sneak him across the formation for an easy completion and a first down.
And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
Well, this defense for the Bucs, they were very strong last week in the win over Carolina.
I have to admit, I was extremely impressed by what I saw on tape because they stayed in the face of the quarterback the entire game, ended up getting 4 sacks total, and made it difficult for him to step up and find receivers downfield. Also made it hard for him to escape the pocket and run.
Throwing quickly, and Herbert completes it. Breaks through the contact. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him. 39 yards there, a big one.
Well, things are looking pretty darn good on this first drive, aren't they? Came right out, set the tone, this time with a big pass play.
And if the peek behind the curtain that they gave us or their game plan, I don't think that's going to be the last one we see.
I think you're exactly right about that.
Back to throw here, Herbert. That's complete, right around the 8. And that's good for a gain of 6. And it'll be 2nd down.
Herbert going to give to Hampton.
And he's brought down right at the 5-yard line. Give him 2 on the play.
When we talk about defenders, specifically linebackers, keeping their eyes in the right spot, he had that eye down the entire time.
And you know that's not easily done because they throw a lot of misdirection at you. They try and fool you and get your eyes in the wrong place. But you're right about that one. He correctly figured that one out and made a really nice play.
Out of the gun, Herbert. Touchdown, Chargers!
Quentin Johnston,
his 3rd touchdown now on the year.
And the Chargers are on the board first here on the road in Tampa.
The losing streak had taken on a life of its own, and I think it infiltrates a team when you're on that much of a slide. But this group has managed to focus, come out early, and put a touchdown on the board. They look like they mean business in this one.
They do. Now the key, holding on to that attitude, because, man, that streak has been a struggle for them.
Extra point up and good by Dicker.
And it's now a 7-0 game.
And it appears we have a Charger shaken up on that last play. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. And he'll take it a yard or so past the 20, call it the 21.
So out come the Bucs now for their first drive. Under center, it's the 2017 Heisman Trophy winner as you get a look at Baker Mayfield.
That was a solid performance last week, wasn't it? 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, ran the team well, won the ball game. Bottom line, may not have been earth-shattering, but it didn't need to be.
There he goes, left side. And oh, so close as he takes it all the way to the 2-yard line. A big play that time for Tampa Bay. 77 yards on the ground.
Irving is not going to get back to the line of scrimmage as they'll tackle him at the 3.
That's going to go as a loss of 1 on first down.
Tucker is into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
This has a feeling of a back-and-forth game, and we've seen that in evidence already with each of these teams' opening drives. This is what you call a quick answer as they go down the field in no time flat and finish with a touchdown run.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They're going to try and run. And he'll get in. And they take an 8-7 lead.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And he's going to be taken down on what will be the final play of this first quarter.
An entertaining start to this one. More to come on EA Sports. Charger football to start quarter number 2 as they get set to start their drive with a 1st and 10. The Charger drive about to get going. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Again, it's Hampton. Gets around him. It's a 4-yard pickup there, and it leaves him with 3rd and 5.
Well, they didn't get a whole lot out of that one, but I think you've got to continue to try and run and try and keep the defense honest.
You mean or else he'll just sit back, dare you to throw it on every down?
Yeah, you get your quarterback hit a lot that way, too.
Herbert now.
Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he gets this up to the 34 out of bounds there. Allen's first catch, good for a first down.
A little football 101 there. You just see the receiver try to run down the defender, meaning he goes right at him and really trying to move him a little bit towards the center of the field so he can put his foot in the ground and break to the out, to the sideline, and make a catch.
And that is going to be incomplete as he led him a bit too much.
He shook his head right when he released that throw. He knew it was going to be a little off target.
Yeah, the excitement got him on that one. Wasn't able to control the fact the receiver was open, and it would have been an easy throw.
Now a 2nd and 10.
They'll bring the tight end in motion right here. Now it's Herbert. And that is taken in by Njoku. And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 42. A really nice gain of 25 yards. So from Buccaneer territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
Up the middle, it's Hampton.
And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
2 minutes even in what's been a tight first half. 8-7, our score. Second and 11 now.
From the shotgun, here's Herbert. And incomplete on the deep ball.
And I think they'd be well served to take that type of a physical approach against him the rest of the game. He's had his way so far, but on that last one, that worked quite well for the defense.
Here's Herbert. And that is incomplete.
This defense has certainly played well so far in this game, and the coverage has been tight on just about every throw. Forced a few here so far in this game, and now it brings up 4th down.
On is the punter Scott here as he gets this one away.
No returning this one. It sails out of bounds, and they'll spot it right at the 20. There again is the running back as he trots onto the field. He's been good. His guys are winning. So far, the recipe working here in the second quarter.
And he doesn't like to just tote the rock. He wants to carry his team on his back, and that's what he's done throughout this game.
Yeah, he's done that. He'll be hoping to continue that trend. And he's brought down, getting this one up to about the 35.
95 yards rushing for him so far as his terrific season continues here. Back to Tucker on first down.
And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds.
16 more on that one and another first down. A run once more with Tucker.
And for one of the few times here today, this run's not going to go anywhere.
Here's 2nd and 10. Baker going to give it to Irving.
And they'll get him down here at about the 42.
The CD, this offense at 11-0 now on the year. A few weeks ago, I remember asking you what kind of percentage chance that you thought they had at staying unbeaten the entire season. I think you said 25%. I'd imagine that number probably grown since then.
I would agree with you, and I'm going to actually bump it up to closer to 50%, only because they still have some tough games to come. And keeping that focus throughout the entire season, that's been a really difficult thing to pull off. But so far, they've done it, and they've done it well.
All runs on this drive so far. It's 1st and 10. From the gun, Mayfield. And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's 2nd down.
Well, the incompletion, yes, but maybe here not the worst thing in the world?
No, not on 1st and 10. It actually gives them a chance to regroup, relax just a little bit. They huddle up, talk it over. Then they get a chance to continue their drive.
Mayfield looks to throw. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
What would look like a march to the end zone has hit a momentary roadblock with that incompletion. No need to panic. They just got to come up with a high percentage play call and see if they can get their offense back on track.
And he'll be taken down well before the first at about the 36-yard line. Only a yard on the pickup there, and it's going to leave them with a 4th down.
So a tight one so far, 1-point game at the break as we check in with Scott Hansen at our halftime report. Scott.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Our tour around the NFL starts now. We begin at MetLife Stadium. The New York Football Giants at home to take on the 49ers in a rematch of some of those great Montana versus Sims playoff games.
The Bucs with a lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway.
And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Bucs offense set to begin this third quarter. Now this game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football. Which offense is going to break through here? We'll see if they can do it on this drive. On 1st and 10, here's Irving.
And he powers his way up past the 30. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on 1st down.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized.
And this is going to be a Bucs 1st down as he's got this up to the 40-yard line.
Well, you certainly have to give a little credit here because they are playing this game now at their pace. This is ball control football, sustained runs, taking their time, and making it work.
Oh, and now some space to operate. Now he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35.
151 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon.
So from Charger territory now, here's a 1st and 10 at the 34.
Now a give, Irving running right.
He stiff arms him. He's going to go out of bounds, but he takes this one down just shy of the 20. Back-to-back nice plays, 12 yards that time and a 1st down.
They'll stay on the ground with Irving.
And he will be brought down at about the 6-yard line. Another nice gain, 16 yards there and a 1st down again. Consecutive plays now where that offensive line has really created a lot of space.
And we've seen the confidence rise, haven't we? It borders on arrogance now, and that's that good arrogance, believing you can run the football whenever you get good and ready.
And he's able to break out of 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down.
A pickup of 4 on 1st down. It'll be 2nd and goal.
When you look at the geography we're staring at, this part of the field, don't you always think of big backs carrying the football, bruisers trying to pound it in? Instead, we're looking at a little more of a scat back type, and he's trying to make it happen.
Yeah, they went with the elusive, slippery guy. Couldn't get in there, though.
And this one incomplete. Oh, he couldn't hang on to it in the end zone, and that's one that'll haunt you. And now it brings up 3rd down. Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Chase McLaughlin now for the field goal try. From the left hash, he'll have to cut this at a tight angle. Oh, that one got away from him. Short distance kick missed. No good. Way wide to the right. And this is going to remain a 1-point game. So 1st and goal quickly turns into 4th and goal, and then 4th and goal turns into no points whatsoever.
That's a very disappointing sequence of events right there. And I, for one, would not want to be the kicker who has to run over to his head coach and explain that one.
The Chargers offense and their wideout getting set to go once more. And he's been a consistent force offensively all season, currently ranked amongst the best in the NFL in terms of receiving touchdowns.
And he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up second down. Here's Herbert. Pass hauled in by Johnston. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
And when you're playing a quarterback with some experience and some moxie, you enter the danger zone when you decide to blitz him, because if he's able to diagnose as he did on that play, he can hurt you downfield.
He reads defenses so well, doesn't he?
He really does, and the best part about that play for him, I don't think that was his primary target.
I don't think so either.
I think he had the read, figured out where the blitz was coming from, and went to a secondary target for a really nice gain.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up second and 11. Justin Herbert looking to pass.
To the right side and intercepted.
And he's going to take this one back to the 37-yard line.
And that's a ball that he is going to want to keep, his first career interception in the National Football League.
And I love what teams do when that happens. You bring the ball to the sideline, the equipment guy grabs it, he puts a piece of tape on it, writes on it so that you know what it is, and then they tuck it away so that you can have it for later and put it on your mantle. Pretty good deal for him right there. Now he's eager to get back out on the field and get his second one.
Trying to get one more in here before the quarter breaks.
Handoff running left, Irving.
And he'll go down, and that will do it for the third quarter of action. So the scoring dried up here in the third. Nothing that quarter for either side. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now in Tampa. This one's still anybody's ball game. It's a 1-point difference here as we begin the fourth quarter of play. Right back to him on first down. And just shutting him off there. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
Bucky Irving with his 9th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Buccaneers will add to their fourth quarter lead. Well, we've said it many times. He is always a threat to go the distance anytime he's got the ball in his hands. And on this occasion, he did just that.
Well, he's definitely the guy that makes this offense go. And when you're an RB1, running back 1, you've got to be willing to be patient at times as well. Not every run's going to be the home run we saw there. But once you get that opportunity and that opening, you take full advantage.
So a big play coming now for the Bucs as they'll go for 2. They're going to keep it on the ground. And he will get into the end zone. It's 2 points and also a 2-score advantage as the lead swells to 9. So they try to make it a 2-score game with a conversion. It pays off.
And they've looked at the situation, figured it out well. A 2-score game in this situation, they've got to feel much better about where they are.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And not much happening on the return as he'll get this to about the 23. The Chargers offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. Herbert going to lead up the Chargers here, 1st and 10
at their own 23. Trying to shake off the interception. He'll look to throw. This short pass into the hands of Njoku. And they nearly get this all the way to midfield. Mark him down at the 49. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this.
Herbert off of play action. A short one taken in by Gadsden.
This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. And they'll send the tight end in motion here.
Play action this time for Justin Herbert.
And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. This quarterback now 11 of 16 through the air. It's 1st and 10.
Zone read, a give to Hampton. And just good downhill running there as he'll take this to the 15-yard line. Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass.
That's complete to his running back, Hampton.
Had the completed pass, but for no gain, stopped right at the line, so it's 2nd and 10. The slot man in motion right.
Herbert jet sweep as he taps it forward.
4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts. That's going to leave them with just 1 remaining here in this 4th quarter. The Chargers on 3rd down. They've been good, 3 for 4 thus far. This will be 3rd and 6. And that will be incomplete.
What an excellent defensive stand there in the red zone. Nice tight coverage. They certainly recognized how important it was to bring up 4th down here.
And his kick here is good. And the deficit trimmed to 6 now. It's 16-10. All right, so they needed 2 scores to get back in the game. The field goal there, maybe not exactly what they wanted, but the necessary first step.
There's still time remaining, and there's enough time to get it done. They've got to get at the least a 3 and out here to get the ball back, preferably a takeaway.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Buccaneers offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. And it's hard to believe you could run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, it's all been on display throughout.
The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. The field goal we just saw has this now at a 1-score game. And on this side of the football, things are getting pretty tenuous, a little stressful.
Blood pressure up a little bit, you think?
I think up a lot of it.
Could you imagine taking the pulse right now? It might be like a jackhammer out there on that side of the ball. But here's what the deal is. I think what we've observed is a team that's been playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win. And they've got to get back to that. And that means opening things up again, being a little more free. And with a
touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Bucky Irving.
His 10th touchdown of the season, 2nd of the game.
And the Buccaneers add on to their lead, and it's looking like that win streak is going to extend another week. And that touchdown's going to put him in double digits now for the year. It's his 10th rushing touchdown of the campaign.
Now the Bucs offense will stay out there as they'll go for 2. They'll try and run it here. And they are 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions as he is into the end zone for the score. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. Oh, a heck of a move.
Man.
And he'll be out of bounds here just past the 20-yard line.
They'll come up 1st and 10 here.
A shotgun snap for Herbert. Finding Allen. And he's going to get this one across the 30-yard line. Down under 2 minutes to go in this football game. So it's Charger football as we welcome you back from the 2-minute warning. They've got a 1st and 10 as they search for a late score.
2 timeouts still remaining, but scoring quickly, a must. It's 1st and 10. Herbert going to throw. Throw out wide is incomplete.
You get into these 2-minute drill situations, and you've often got tired legs on the offensive line. But these defenders, they've been rotating in and out, and they're a little bit fresher and quicker. And the pressure there forced the incompletion.
Herbert to throw.
Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete.
And he's going to be taken down. Plus, there's a penalty flag in the backfield. They may get 15 more on top of this. Well, certainly those are the types of mistakes they're trying to avoid as they attempt to protect this lead late in the game.
And let's face it, they're hoping that this one doesn't cost them in a significant way. Yeah, one guy committed a penalty, but now the entire defense has to pay the price and try and rise up and overcome it.
Here's 1st and 10. Herbert.
And this one is incomplete.
Whew, that's certainly not the worst thing. It stops the clock and lets your offense catch its breath and lets us exhale a little bit. Now I expect them to call a couple plays in the huddle so they're ready if a tackle happens in bounds.
Here comes 2nd down. Herbert. A quick throw there is incomplete.
Back-to-back incompletions, but we know this is definitely 4-down territory. Time not on their side. I don't think they want to try and get the 1st down in 2 installments. I think they got to go and get it right here, right now.
Throwing, Herbert. That is caught.
And he'll go out of bounds inside the 15-yard line.
From the 13 now, they work on 1st and 10. Now Herbert.
And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up 2nd down. Back to throw again. Allen on the screen. And out of bounds all the way down at the 3.
When you call a wide receiver screen, no matter how many blockers you get in front of the guy that catches the ball, there's still an aspect of the guy catching it, turning into a runner, breaking.
And this is caught now for a late touchdown. So hold everything here. This one's not over yet. Okay, game on. Don't go anywhere yet. You got a 1-score game now. Probably going to rely on the onside kick coming up.
Yeah, they have to. It's not a high percentage play, but it's better than not having a chance at all. And that's when you put your leapers and your flyers on one side, get that high hop, and hope that one of the guys can come up with it.
And on the other side, get that hands team ready.
No doubt about it.
That's caught. And he will get into the end zone to cut the deficit down to 4. A little less than 90 seconds to go. This will be an onside kick. And the Buccaneers able to recover. Their hands team does its job. And now looking at the clock here, they do have 2 timeouts, but even if they force a 3-and-out, they're going to have very little time remaining.
So that means they've got to be aggressive and find a way to knock the ball free. They've got to come up with it because they can't just rely, as you noted, on using their timeouts and getting the ball back. They might not have any time to mount an attack, even if they do play it that way. Get the football. That's their mantra.
Now the Chargers will use the second of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Another running situation on the doorstep as they come up 2nd and 10.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. Chargers going to use their 3rd and final timeout. And they'll be disappointed to have to burn one there after giving up the first down.
Again, it's Tucker.
I like the call there because that was one to take time off the clock and get them closer to getting out of here with a W. In the mind of the play caller, all you want to hear is tick, tick, tick.
And they'll come up 2nd and 7. A run up the middle with Irving. And he is going to have a Bucs first down. All smiles on that sideline. That should be the one to do it.
The Bucs forced to use their 3rd and final timeout. And as the two teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break. It's 1st and goal, and a late touchdown at this stage could officially salt this one away.
Going for the knockout punch. They'll try and run.
And he's across for the touchdown. And in the final minute, that should just about seal it.
And that touchdown, Charles, with very little time remaining, boy, it just sucked any energy and momentum out of the other sideline.
Yeah, take an incredible comeback in the final minute to bring this one back to even. A great series there offensively. They saw an opportunity to slam the window shut, and they followed through.
They're going to try and run. And he is into the end zone again as he scores both the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to extend this lead. McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Chargers offense and Justin Herbert getting set for this next drive. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. Here's 1st down. Herbert.
And down he goes, a Buccaneer sack.
They'll come up now. This is 2nd and long.
And he clocks it with just 10 seconds left.
This crowd turning up the decibel level. It's 3rd and long.
Now they'll throw here out of the gun. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
Well, this is getting close to a no-win situation now. They've got one final shot. They're on their end of the field, and it's 4th and long. This might require a little extra razzle-dazzle to get it done.
One last throw here for Herbert. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And this is dropped it incomplete. Well, there's a metaphor for how this one is gone as time has run out on this ball game.
Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory.
And, Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked in the mirror and said, hey, ton of pressure on, but we're the
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to historic Baltimore, Maryland, and M&T Bank Stadium.
Today, it's a Week 14 matchup that should be a good one, as it'll be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the Baltimore Ravens.
Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, you look at this Raven team as they get ready here. They come in off the extended break from the bye.
I think it was much needed as well. You play 2.5 months, you're ready for some time off to get set for the home stretch.
On the other side of the field for the visiting Bucs, they've handled all comers through the first 3 months, a perfect 12-0.
Yeah, they're 3/4 of the way to a perfect season, and now's where it really starts to get into your mind. We'll see if it affects their play in any way.
Number 8, Lamar Jackson, trotting onto the field at quarterback, ready to lead this Ravens offense.
And he remains the league's premier rushing threat and one of the biggest playmakers among quarterbacks. His goal each and every season, continue to expand his game as a passer and become well-rounded. All those highlight reel plays you see, they come off the fact that he can run it, throw it, and scares defenses every time he takes a snap.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 16 yards on the game's first play and a quick first down.
In motion left, Bateman. First carry now for Justice Hill.
And that one blown up quickly as he's going to be stopped before he could even get started.
Getting to him for the loss there, that's Kalijah Cansey.
Part of their struggles last week was getting these negative plays on 1st and 2nd down. That's something they have to be wary of as this game continues.
So their task a little bit more difficult now. 2nd and 13 that they're walking up on.
Jackson. He completes that to Garrett Wilson.
And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs' 38-yard line. 23 yards the pickup there.
And that's a more than acceptable read right there because it's zone coverage, so timing is everything. This time he waits for his man to come open, puts it right on him, and they pick up a first down.
On the ground, this is Derrick Henry. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. 17 more yards on that one as they keep the drive rolling. Throwing is Jackson.
Out route, and this is Henry with a catch.
And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And that'll leave him with a second and just a few inches left.
I like it, I like it, I like it. Get everyone involved in the passing game, and you know you can create those great mismatches throwing it to your guys out of the backfield.
And on the first drive, that can also help establish some rhythm, right?
I think so, and gets everyone involved. They feel like they're part of it and really gets them amped up as they go forward.
Only a gain of a yard, but that's all they needed.
It's nice every now and then in this game not to see people overthink it. Just hand it to the old reliable guy. Let him pick up the first down.
Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. Now Jackson taps this forward, jet sweep. And a great read by the secondary. They come up to stop that touch pass before it can even get back to the line. The defensive coordinators love that. You got a cornerback willing to stick his nose in there, come up on run support, and stop that pop pass dead in its tracks.
And, partner, one good thing about trying to defend that play, you should see it coming the whole way. You see the receiver coming in motion in your direction. Nice job eluding the blocker, making the play behind the line of scrimmage, but an even better job studying the play before you have to try and defend it in a game.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Got a man, it's caught for a Ravens touchdown.
Garrett Wilson with touchdown number 12 on the year. And the Ravens get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon. Tyler Loop now for the extra point.
And the Ravens lead at 7-0. So a nice drive put together there. They go 75 yards in 9 plays.
And Garrett Wilson capped things off with a touchdown grab. Now after the touchdown, Loop back out to kick this one away. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return.
So out come the Bucs now for their first drive. They'll be led out by the #1 overall pick in the 2018 draft, the Oklahoma Sooner, Baker Mayfield.
His ability to adjust on the fly is almost unmatched in the game right now because it leads to a couple of snaps per game where you just sit back and ask yourself, how did he pull that off? Opponents can practice and prepare each and every week all they want, but this guy, he is hard to corral.
We are in for a good one as we're through one on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's Buccaneer football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. And running with power here. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Sean Tucker with his 17th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Buccaneers are an extra point away from evening this one up.
Sometimes running plays hit or break so fast, there's no reaction time from the secondary. So I've got to give credit to the offensive line for creating that hole so suddenly. And how decisive was he to take that cut and just go? No one downfield there to stop him.
The thing that they'll be looking at is a spot of the football, and this is always such a tough one for officials to get exactly right.
Not just because of how fast the game's going, but just trying to get the right sight line to the football. That's not always easy. We'll see what they decide here.
On first down, it's Tucker.
And oh, he sheds a tackle. Now he's got some space. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Sean Tucker,
25 yards.
and the Bucs are within an extra point of tying up this ball game. Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They're going to keep it on the ground. And this play is not going to work. He stopped short of the goal line, and this will remain a 7-6 ball game.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped it to 23-yard line. The Ravens offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And his ability to use his legs has given the defense fits when trying to game plan. He's currently second in the NFL in rushing yards by a QB.
The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going.
And they had lost 2 in a row prior to getting the open week last weekend, so potentially a chance for them to get away for a bit, keel up, and come back strong.
That's what the hope is anyway, because you're going to find out now with your team, are you still focused on being the best you can be for the rest of the season with the things going the way they have earlier this year?
Now Jackson.
Throw caught by Flowers.
It'll go down as a gain of 6. And now we've got a 3rd and 3.
He decided to run a hitch route. It really helps to have a guy who can turn it loose. And, boy, he rifled one in there on that one. Not much run after catch, but it worked really well.
Here's Jackson.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And they'll get this well past midfield before being stopped just before the 35. Now we're going to get a timeout. Appears we've got an injured Buccaneer. Jackson and the offense come up 1st and 10. And he's 8 for 8 now, throwing the ball to start the game.
In motion left, Bateman.
Here's Jackson to throw. Underneath here to Hill. And he is going to lose yardage here. That one unable to develop, never got going. A loss of a couple, and it's second down.
Well, it looked like the defense, they were ready for that one.
Really left him almost no room to work after catching the ball. He could throw every move in the book at him. They were there, and they tackle him for a loss.
Again, Jackson. Caught by Wilson. And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 22-yard line. A big one there for the Ravens. It goes for 18. 2 minutes remaining in this first half of football.
Well, that was a fun one to watch right there. A nice in-breaking route and plenty of room in the middle of the field. And he was able to get behind the linebackers and grab the completion for a really good pickup.
Now it's Jackson. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's second down.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. An incomplete pass on first down. That leads to a 2nd and 10. They set up the screen for Henry. 9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be 3rd and less than a yard.
Nowadays, you have to be an all-around running back to stick in the NFL, and that's exactly what this guy is. He is such a weapon in the receiving game, and we saw it again there. He's got soft hands, and then we know how dangerous he is when the ball is in his hands.
And he will have a Ravens first down, at least at first glance, as he'll spot the football just beyond the marker. They find a way to convert on 3rd and inches.
Jackson. Henry's got it out on the left side. And it looks like he'll be just a yard shy of the 5 here as he's out at the 6. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion. And it's second down. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside. Now 2nd and 5. Snap will come from the 6.
They go play action with Jackson. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Ravens touchdown.
Josh Oliver from 6 yards away. And the Ravens will extend their lead in the final minute of the half.
Point after, right down the middle. And the lead is up to 8. So that one a pretty time-consuming 10-play drive. And it's capped off with a Ravens touchdown.
And good coverage there on special teams as they'll get him down shy of the 20. One more drive here for the Buccaneer offense in this first half. A slim deficit here in a one-possession game. Not much time left, obviously. We'll see if they can march this down the field, at least get 3 and take some momentum into the locker room.
He's got a man. It's his tight end. That's complete. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts as the stoppage will come with 23 seconds to go till halftime. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Working out of the gun, Mayfield. And the Raven pressure too much. Down he goes. The sack recorded. It's a loss of 5, and now it's second down.
So halftime straight ahead. Let's get you down to the Sunshine State. And Scott, well, we're in the latter stages of this season. Everybody's getting antsy, so antsy that we're going to skip the halftime and get ready for the third quarter.
And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter.
The visitors' offense and their running back getting set to go once more. We show you the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns. And you can see where he's right up there amongst the league's best at finding the end zone. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. Well, Charles, in that first half, we saw a fair amount of offense on both sides of the football, and now the team trailing here will start with it in the third quarter.
And we both know this coach pretty darn well, don't we? Because his game planning is always on point. And now that he's getting the ball to start the second half, how about all the offense that you already referenced in the first half? He'll put that all together and come out with something really strong, I believe, to get things going here in the third quarter.
Here's Bucky Irving for the first time.
And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain.
Well, partner, this offense 12-0 now on the year following their latest victory. And during the week, a lot of folks making comparisons between this squad and the 1985 Bears. You know, they too were 12-0 at this juncture of the season before losing on a Monday night 38-24 to the Dolphins at the Orange Bowl way back on December 2nd of '85. But then they'd never lose again en route to winning Super Bowl 20.
And when you look back on it, partner, didn't it almost feel like a setup game? Because they were playing the Dolphins, and the Dolphins were protecting their franchise's undefeated season of 1972, that team. And you know what that team does. They love to celebrate the fact that they still are the only one to get through an entire NFL season that way. That was Dan Marino's third year playing under the great Don Shula, and they were motivated to keep that franchise's record intact.
And some room to maneuver.
And he'll follow his blockers there all the way down to the 23-yard line. They run out of the gun with Irving. And he gets forward up the middle, but only for a couple. It'll be second down.
He's had success on this drive, but not on this play.
Finally, they bowed up defensively. I think they were determined not to let him take it pretty much all the way down the field.
Yeah, it looks like they handled their run responsibilities correctly this time. What we call them run fits, everyone was in the right place.
Give him 3 on the run there. Now they're looking at a third and about 5.
They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. On third down, here's Tucker.
And he will have the first down inside the 10 to the 9-yard line.
A give here to Tucker.
And only about a yard there as he takes it from the 9 to the 8.
The yards may start getting a little tougher to come by down here near the goal line. That's good work defensively there on first down, holding them to a short gain.
On the give, this is Tucker.
And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
Sean Tucker.
His second TD of the game and 18th of the year.
And the Bucs are able to get a score back in the final stages of this third quarter.
We're getting set up for what should be a great fourth quarter. This has been a hard-hitting game because both teams have punched and counterpunched equally well. And here's a good finish to this drive, a touchdown run here late in the third quarter.
And no, it falls incomplete. So the two-point conversion no good.
The Ravens ready to receive it, and they've got the lead as well as we resume play in the second half. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Out come the Ravens as you see their offensive coordinator, Declan Doyle. His guys are out in front, and they'll try to find some ways to extend this lead.
Jackson and the Ravens come up now 1st and 10 at their own 24. They'll try and start this drive in the air. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2. And as they come to the line, they will not be able to get off another play as time has run out on this third quarter. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Baltimore. It's been a good one so far, just a 2-point game here as we get set for quarter number 4. The ball on the 32. It's 2nd and 2. Off the play fake. Here's Jackson. He finds Wilson. Breaks the tackle. He's got room to run. Still going. And all the way in for a Ravens touchdown. Garrett Wilson with his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Ravens use the big play to extend their 4th quarter lead. Extra point right down the middle. And that makes this a 9-point game. Pretty clean and simple there. Just 2 plays. The long pass resulting in the touchdown on play number 2. And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line. And Tampa Bay trots out there now. And the script really is flipped for them. The momentum on the other sideline, and now they have to try and battle back from a 2-score deficit. They'll start out with a run by Tucker. And he's going to be dropped following a pickup of 7 past the 30 to the 32. They'll operate from the 32-yard line here, 2nd and 3. A give here to Tucker. Not much there. Maybe a couple up to the 35.
Typically, we think it's the strong safeties that are better tacklers, especially closer to the line of scrimmage amidst traffic. But in this case, how about the free safety coming up and making the big-time play?
Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is going to have a Bucs first down, and he'll have it by plenty as they're able to keep the drive alive on 3rd and inches. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. To throw, Mayfield. Finding room at midfield. And finally taken down at the 44-yard line.
I like how they worked the tight end on a nice little under route there. And if you're going to give him that much space, he's not going to catch the football. He's going to run away from you a little bit, and that's exactly what he just did there, picking up extra yardage.
2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports.
So it's Buccaneer football as we welcome you back.
All 3 timeouts remain, but they've got to score quick. It's 1st and 10.
And again, it's Mayfield.
And again, that's Hurst.
And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30.
Mayfield.
Short throw underneath to Hurst. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds.
So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. Mayfield.
He finds his man complete. That's Sharp. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers. A great play there. His first NFL reception goes for 6.
And the Buccaneers have made it a one-score game again here in the fourth.
All right, now a big two-point conversion attempt still to come.
Here's Baker.
And this is caught. So they took a chance, but they are back within a single point here in the fourth. So they elect to pass there on the two-point try. Sometimes could prove risky there. It worked out.
Yeah, and I love how you bring up that it can prove risky, because if you get it intercepted and they return it, that's 2 points for the defense, but not on that play.
And this one recovered by the hands team for the Ravens. A big mistake in that spot. You got to let it go, Tim.
They didn't give themselves a chance. They had an opportunity, touched it first. Now they're in a really bad spot.
We've got to have two hands on the football here as they run on first down.
And a missed tackle there as he pushes forward for a gain of 4.
I like it. I like the call. Still an opportunity to run the football and chew up a little more time off the clock.
So second down, and this defense certainly going to sell out to stop the run.
Another run on second down, trying to cover up.
Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts, as it comes with exactly a minute to go in the football game. They need to get to the 29 if they want to pick up a first here on third down. Jackson to throw. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
I think he's as fine with that incompletion as a quarterback can be, in all honesty. He avoided his first sack of the game, and he did have a chance of connecting for yardage, just unable to on that throw.
The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts as they get it with under a minute to go now in the football game. And this one is no good. He missed it. And this is going to remain a one-point game.
Yeah, 55 yards is anything but a gimme. You've got to really concentrate on your leg swing and proper technique. This time, though, he's unable to convert.
So Mayfield and the Bucs
down 21-20, 54 seconds to go. Their undefeated season, it's in danger unless they can score here, as they've got a 1st and 10.
Now Mayfield. Pass complete. Hurst.
It drives some people crazy to see those short throws underneath. They've got to find a way to gash the defense downfield.
The Bucs forced to use their third and final timeout, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the game.
Here's second down and 3. Mayfield to throw.
And he's got his big tight end here.
And he is going to get out of bounds with the first. And they are knocking on the door of field goal range now.
Mayfield to throw. And he can't get a throw away. He's taken down. It'll be a loss of 10. And it'll bring up second. And that will be incomplete. 4 ticks left here on the clock. To give you an idea of how accurate he's been throwing the football, we're in the second half. That's just his second incompletion.
Well, if he's that locked in, that means everyone's locked in, because to me it's like throwing a no-hitter in baseball. The pitcher may get the credit, but a lot of people making plays behind him in the field.
And the crowd a major factor now. Here's 3rd down. One last shot from Mayfield here. Forced out to his left. And it's incomplete. So their final drive comes up empty. And with that, the ball game is over. What a game we were treated to in this one. And on that final play, they had a chance. They had the ball just beyond midfield for one final shot, but couldn't get it done, and they suffered the loss.
Yeah, and you mentioned
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to Atlanta, Georgia, where Freddie Falcon soars from the rafters inside the beautiful Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Today, we've got an NFC South matchup, as it'll be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Christmas might have wrapped up a few days ago, but the joy of football continues to live on. And here we go. Oh, he shifts past him. And he'll be out of bounds across the 25. So here come the Falcons now to get the football for the first time. And they'll be led out by their third-year quarterback.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
That one caught by Tyreek Hill. And he gets this one just shy of the 40, down at the 39. 11 yards there on the first play from scrimmage. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
A run for the first time with Bijan Robinson.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
They have 3 tight ends in that formation. That's almost a universal sign that they're planning to run the football. But how about the defense there? They met force with force and caused a stack up behind the line of scrimmage and threw him for a loss.
Able to slither by. Strong run, but they get to him just beyond the 40.
And, CD, you look at this defense, what kind of pressure are they under trying to stop a team that has won 5 games in a row?
Well, to me, it makes their job harder because you know you're going up against an offense that's playing at an elite level, and sometimes you can get too caught up in trying to play the perfect game. You're trying to be too precise, too fine, instead of just letting it rip. And I think that's more the priority than trying to be absolutely perfect.
Open man is Kyle Pitts, his tight end.
And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. It's a gain of 13 and a first down for Atlanta.
Straight ahead, it's Robinson.
And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down.
And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. But not what you want to see this late in the season. Medical staff is going to check on him, and we'll step aside for a moment. Just need a yard here, 2nd and 1.
A quick throw taken in by Diggs. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25.
12 yards there as they keep this drive rolling. It's another first down. Well, they clearly wanted to come out, Charles, and be aggressive throwing the football, and they've been pretty efficient along with that aggressiveness. He's now 4 of 4 on this opening drive.
Yeah, and that's led to a fresh set of downs. I like what he's doing back there. You can tell he's at ease, feels good about what he's doing. And I think if I'm the play caller, I'm reading that, and I'm continuing to let him throw the football.
A play fake. Now Penix.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They sack him back at the 36. It looks like a 12-yard loss there on the first down sack.
So 2nd and long, and got to be careful not to fall out of field goal range. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. Hand off to Robinson out of the shotgun.
And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. He lost 4 there, and it's 3rd down.
We knew both of these safeties were good in run support, but how about the play we just saw there? How about that closing speed? Able to get to the outside part of the field and turn that play into a loss.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Sets up the screen to Robinson. And they'll be inside the 25 now at the 24. Despite a pickup of 16, they're still well short of the sticks on 4th.
Folk's kick is good.
And the Falcons are out to a 3-0 advantage.
So the opening drive does yield points, maybe not the 7 they wanted, but they'll take the 3.
Accumulating first downs does not go up on the scoreboard, but it does go into the DNA of a team that's trying to establish itself to start a game. That has to feel pretty good for them. They'll take the 3.
Yeah, they had 3 first downs and 3 points.
So out come the Bucs now for their first drive.
Orchestrating the offense will be the top pick in the 2018 draft, and that's Baker Mayfield.
And last week's loss came despite a clean game on his end, throwing the ball with 2 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. His job this week is simple. Do it again. Continue to avoid turnovers and hope that what sunk them last week resolves itself this time around.
And he will be out of bounds here on what will turn out to be the final play of this first quarter.
An entertaining start to this one. More to come on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's Buccaneer football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. On the handoff, it's Tucker. Shoves him away. Fighting through it, he's got space. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. Boy, a pair of big plays here. This one going for 29. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. A run once more with Tucker.
And they corral him just a couple yards shy of the end zone.
63 yards rushing for him on their opening drive of the contest, and it's now 1st and goal.
Would you say this offense is locked in right now?
They're having no trouble on this drive. What is it, 3 plays, 3 first downs?
Yeah, you talk about on the march. They keep this up, they'll get to that end zone real fast.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Bucky Irving, his 11th rushing touchdown on the year.
And the Bucs have taken the lead. That almost looked too easy, and I think thanks goes to the offensive line for making it look easy.
Yeah, I agree with you totally on that one. I'm not sure how much everyone understands the preparations that go into a game for an offensive line, because there's a reason that running backs and quarterbacks give them big gifts at the end of a season after a big year. The consistency and the continuity it takes to know each other and execute their blocks is pretty impressive.
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They'll try and run it here. And he'll get into the end zone to make it a 5-point game.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. The Falcons offense and running back Bijan Robinson set to take over once more. And he's been a tough guy to contain this year, and his numbers reflect that, as you can see right here. About set to begin their next drive, the Falcons offense at the line. And after the field goal last time, we'll see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it. Way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that, that weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick other than the extra point. That's it.
A big hitter to start the drive has him up near midfield here for 1st and 10.
They'll go play action here with Penix. And caught by London.
And that'll be good for 8 yards to the 45.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's 2nd and 2.
Two minutes to play in the first half of an 8-3 game.
Two yards to go, 2nd down.
In motion, Hill.
Here's Penix.
And he'll get this into the hands of Hill, complete. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. A gain there of 21 yards. So they still get the completion even though the blitz was on. But the blitz got there. Does that stay in the mind of the quarterback the next couple plays?
That's what you're hoping for. That's what you're planning for. It's a little risk reward, right? You're leaving your guys on an island back there in man coverage. But you take the chance that you get to the quarterback, and so he gets completion here. Congratulations. Keep coming at him, and hopefully it pays off by the end of the game that you're starting to get to him while still able to cover on the back end.
So a 5-yard run the other way in the wrong direction, and that leads us to 2nd and 15.
And London, the motion man right. To the air, Penix.
And he's going to be taken down. Pressure gets there back at the 39-yard line. Now the Falcons going to use one of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 55 seconds to go until halftime. Need something from deep in the bag of tricks here after 1st and 2nd down went backwards. It's 3rd and very long.
They'll throw with Penix. That's out wide here for Robinson.
And he'll be a couple yards shy of the red zone here at the 22-yard line. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside.
Here's Nick Folk now on for the field goal. He connected on his first. This time it's 39 yards away.
Folk's kick is good.
And a second field goal here gets him back within a couple at 8-6 now.
So the margin shrinks there as they get the field goal to draw them a bit closer here in this second quarter.
Yeah, nice snap, nice hold. They just want to keep this game close, so give them credit for finishing that one off with 3.
And he'll be brought down right on the chalk of the 20. Well, the Bucs going to take over now late in this first half.
And we'll see how this is played. Offensively, they've got the lead. Not a whole lot of time left. What do you think, Charles?
Well, it's tempting to try and add to your lead, but a mistake there, that can change things in a big way. I say go ahead, take the knee, get on out for the half.
82 yards rushing for him now, and he's only carried the ball 4 times.
From all the way up at the 38 now after a good start to the drive.
Again, it's Tucker.
And he's got room. And out of bounds on the other side of midfield at the 45.
And they get 17 more on that one and another first down. Baker going to give it to Irving.
Defensively, a solid response after giving up back-to-back first downs. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts as it comes with 22 seconds to go here in half number 1.
2nd and 9 from the 44.
Mayfield now. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
I know tight ends love this route because a lot of times they'll fake a block first and get a little bit of space and then come across the middle because in their mind, they're thinking catch the ball and then drop the hammer on the little guys in the secondary.
Unable to drop the hammer, he just dropped the pass. And they'll need to get to the 35 if they want to keep this drive going on 3rd down.
Now a give, Irving running right.
And he'll go out of bounds after taking it a little further down inside the 40. A good effort there, 9 yards, but it's going to leave them looking at a 4th and 1.
This drive is turning into an extended one, and the guy carrying the ball, he's becoming more like a body blows guy. Every carry is putting some damage on the defense. So after a while, I'm not too sure how many guys are going to want to run up and tackle him.
They'll run for it with Tucker.
They only got a couple, but a couple's all that they needed as they convert on fourth. Now a timeout. 7 seconds left in the first half.
So this drive going to continue following the conversion on fourth. Here's 1st and 10.
Here's Mayfield. And that will be incomplete. 4 ticks left here on the clock.
These two teams, they met in Tampa earlier in the year with the Bucs prevailing in that one. So a win here in Atlanta would give them the season sweep.
Final play of the half, Mayfield. And this time he's got the hook up. It's complete.
Halftime coming up. Let's get you down to Orlando and our buddy Scott Hansen with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much.
All right, we'll bypass the halftime show in favor of returning to this late season game with the teams coming back from the locker rooms here a bit early.
And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, getting set for quarter number 3 here. The Bucs with a lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. And bulldozing his way through.
And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22.
Out come the Buccaneers. They'll have it first to start in the third quarter.
And they've got the lead, CD. What do you expect from them in this second half?
Well, I like what they were able to do on the ground in the first half because they had a lot of success running the ball, and I certainly think we'll see more of that. But I'd keep an eye on that defense, and I think their coaches up in the box will do the exact same thing. If they start to see 1 or 2 guys start to creep towards the line of scrimmage, that'll be licensed to take some shots downfield.
15 yards is the pickup there, and the drive starting very nicely. First down.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
And a quick throw here, that's complete. And a 5-yard gain gets him to the 42.
I don't care what sport you're playing. Everyone likes to build up a little momentum, don't they? And look at this, back-to-back completions to the big target at tight end.
That one not as profitable as the other, but still a decent gain. From the gun, Mayfield.
And, oh, he's unable to hold on to that defensively. A potential game changer, but it falls incomplete.
Oh, man, that was close. The opportunity to change momentum, big play, right in his hands, unable to come down with it.
A sigh of relief, no doubt, on offense that fell harmlessly to the ground. They come up now 3rd and 5 following the incomplete pass.
On the handoff, this is Irving.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. A 3-yard loss. 4th down now.
Well, we saw a lot of negative plays that resulted in plenty of lost yardage in the first half, and that trend is continuing here.
So it looks like the offense isn't going anywhere. They're going to go for it on 4th and 7. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. So certainly an interesting call there to go for it. And the Falcons will take control of the football in great field position.
This offense making its way back out, led by their running back. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point.
They'll start out here with a jet sweep.
And a great job there to read that one defensively. They strung him out, would not allow him to cut upfield.
Tackle there by Alex Anzalone.
From the 38 now, here comes 2nd and 8. First carry of the game for Brian Robinson.
And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. A yard in the wrong direction makes third down tougher. Third down and 9.
I see a shake of the head as he gets up, and you've got to imagine he's thinking, guys, you got to help me out. He's hoping his team can read his thoughts because he definitely needs some assistance.
And the tight end goes in motion left.
Operating from the gun, Penix. Oh, that's into a double team, and it's intercepted. It's the linebacker, Alex Anzalone. And the Bucs are going to take possession here at their own 33.
Partner, I think this one went awry very simply because he overestimated his arm strength and his ability to fit it anywhere he wants to. A lot of quarterbacks do that and often pay the price.
The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going, so what needs to change?
I think a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis.
120 yards rushing now on 8 carries for him so far. On first down, it's Tucker.
And he'll be out just a yard or two shy of the 30. A good gain again. That's now 31 yards combined on those last 2 plays. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on first and 10.
Handoff running left, Irving.
And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on second down. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Atlanta. It's been a good one so far. Just a 2-point game here as we get set for quarter number 4.
On the handoff, it's Tucker.
And he'll only get a yard to bring up 3rd and 1.
Haven't met a defensive coordinator yet that thinks 2nd and 2 is a fun situation to try and defend. Playbook is wide open for an offense, partner.
Nice job. Hold him to 1 after that 8-yard pickup on first down. And he will have the first down across the 20 to the 19-yard line.
On the give, this is Tucker.
And he couldn't quite get there. Tackled down at the 1. That good for 19 and a first down.
Tucker. No signal, and now they say he did not get in. He is stonewalled at the 1. Irving is going backwards here. Now they come in and drop him all the way back at the 4-yard line.
Now the Falcons going to use one of their timeouts. It's just their first. They'll be down to 2 remaining as we step aside here in the 4th quarter. A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play. 3rd and goal.
They'll try again.
Oh, fighting off the defender. And just shy of the goal line as he's out of bounds right at the 1. This defense bending but not breaking. It's a gain of 3. It's now 4th and goal. Mayfield looks to throw. And he hauls it in for the Buccaneer touchdown. A great effort there with touchdown number 7 on the year.
And the Bucs get an important score there to extend their lead here in this fourth quarter. Extra point by McLaughlin is up and good. And that makes this a 9-point game. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. Diggs with a good footwork. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Here comes the Atlanta offense now ready to take over here. So now, Charles, this drive maybe a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that interception they had the last time out.
Yeah, and everyone goes through this because even the best in the game, you're going to have games where it just doesn't go right for you and interceptions result. So, frankly, to me, it's all about how you respond, not just the types of plays that you call, but how you carry yourself, how you show your team that you're still with it, and how you continue to lead.
And now we'll get a stoppage here. There appears to be an injured Falcon on the field.
Well, always unfortunate to see an injury, especially this close to the end of the regular season. We'll step aside. They'll come up now on second down. Now Penix.
His throw incomplete.
A big play needed, no doubt. Third and long. And looking to throw, Penix.
And that will be incomplete as well.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to judge that one. Maybe didn't have enough legs underneath him. Mechanics might have been off. Maybe some fatigue. That one came up short.
Yeah, fourth quarter. Maybe you do start to watch as the arm there, the leg's still there. This has been a tough game.
On the bootleg, it's Penix.
Oh, hit as he throws, and this is going to be incomplete. The Falcons go for it, but it doesn't work out. And, boy, possession here turns over with the football already being in the red zone. And Tampa Bay trots out there now.
And this has been a team that, look, folks, they have run the ball well all season long, and it has been more of the same so far in this one. On 1st and 10, here's Irving.
And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. Now a timeout coming in here defensively as they stop it before the 2-minute warning with 2:09 to go in the game. An ideal spot here to get a first down and try to run some more clock, and this is second and less than a yard.
On the give, this is Tucker.
Falcons going to use their third and final timeout. So that will leave them with no timeouts left. Still plenty of time on the clock. We'll see how that affects things here in this fourth quarter. And it looks like this will be the last play before the 2-minute warning.
They'll run with Irving.
And he's in. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Bucky Irving.
His second touchdown of the game, giving him 12 on the season.
And the Bucs look like they're going to get back in the win column as they extend their lead here in this fourth quarter. A 15-point game now. You make the extra point, and that means on the other side you need 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions. That's a pretty tall order here in the fourth quarter.
Agreed, because they really needed to come up with a stop there, and even if it was just to hold them to a field goal. Now they need to pull out the lucky horseshoe because they've got to get an onside kick, and we've seen nowadays those are incredibly difficult to come by.
And not to mention they got to get the touchdown and a 2-point conversion first.
McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And he won't quite make it to the 25.
2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's Falcon football as we welcome you back. They've got a 1st and 10 as they search for a late score.
The Atlanta offense out there for their next drive. Well, probably not much that they can do at this point, CD. Down 3 scores late in the 4th quarter. This is going to be a little too much to overcome, you would think.
Yeah, they'll go down swinging, but in the end, I think we saw the writing on the wall a while back because one team was clearly better than the other in this one. And while it didn't quite reach blowout status, I think we knew who was going to win this one well before we got to this stage.
He's going to let it fly.
All right, rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. And the Buccaneers are in great shape here as they take over at their 46-yard line.
So many times we end a game, and as we're recapping it, we're talking about what offenses did and how they won the game. Let's flip this one over. The defense, they frustrated the offense the entire ball game. That's why they're walking out of here with a victory.
And they're going to love to walk out of here with that as their final act, that interception. Good way for them to end it.
On the ground, it's Irving to start the drive. He'll get it up near midfield to the 49 before being taken down.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
They'll stay on the ground with Irving.
And some room to work.
There he goes again.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Bucky Irving.
51 yards.
And the Bucs look like they're about to put an end to their 2-game losing streak as they add on to their lead.
Now the Bucs offense will stay out there as they'll go for 2. They're going to try and run. And they are 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions as he is into the end zone for the score. McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And he returns this to the 22.
Now the Falcons offense, they get ready to head back out here. Trying to shake off the interception from the last drive. He'll look to throw.
A quick throw there going to be batted away and incomplete.
And that's another play that's painted the picture of this game overall. It's been a blowout. It's been continually fueled by big turnovers and stops for one side and an inability to advance the ball from the other.
Going to the air. Tagovailoa. Oh, look at the juke. Breaks the tackle. He's got room to run. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. 14 yards there and a Falcon first down.
And with this game well in hand, perhaps we are seeing the coverage lighten up a little bit as they got burned there a bit for a first down.
Well, we certainly know the coach isn't happy along the sideline because he certainly wants them to finish this one out the way they started it. He doesn't want to give up any soft completions, no late points. He wants his lead to stay right where it is.
Now a quick throw there, but it's going to be incomplete.
Another pass attempt, another incompletion, and they're just a little over 100 yards passing here in this game, so defensively, pretty good job.
Definitely, because they were never really able to get the ball in the hands of their playmakers, so a lot of credit to the defensive game plan.
It'll go in the books as a 7-yard loss on the sack, and it's third down. Trying to get one more in here before the quarter breaks. Now Tua.
Over the middle, caught by London. And he is going to have a Falcons first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory.
And Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked at
We are just a few miles from the Gulf Coast of Florida at Raymond James Stadium here in Tampa. Today, Week 17 is upon us, and we've got a good one in store here, as it'll be the Los Angeles Rams taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On the Rams sideline, running back Kyren Williams. Over 100 yards rushing in the win a week ago. On the other side for the Bucs, running back Bucky Irving. He was sharp in the victory a week ago. Certainly happy to have you along. Chase McLaughlin has it on the tee, and off we go here in Tampa.
And that'll carry over the back line of the end zone for a touchback. So out come the Rams now for their first possession. Leading the charge at quarterback, the former Georgia Bulldog, Matthew Stafford.
And Matthew Stafford was taken first overall in the 2009 draft, and he certainly played like a top pick. Throughout his career, he's been one of the most prolific passers in the league, and there's no reason to believe he's going to slow down his production anytime soon. Not only that, he's also one of the tougher quarterbacks in the league as well.
Now it's Stafford off the bootleg. Cooks flashing the footwork.
Down the right sideline.
And he'll finally be taken down at the 18. A huge play there right off the bat. 47 yards. Some early fireworks on the first play from scrimmage.
The last fireworks I saw, July 4th, okay? Here they are celebrating the start of this game the exact same way. Explosive right out of the gate.
So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18.
Back to throw, Stafford. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And they work this near the 5. He'll be stopped at the 6. It's a nice pickup of 12 yards, and it gives him a 1st and goal. Now Stafford. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
Well, Brandon, we see why it's a team game there, because there's a sigh of relief that they just released defensively. If he's able to get that one away, that's likely a touchdown. But instead, that pressure from the front got to him and forced the incompletion.
You're right. He had him open, just a split second too late on the release. Now a play fake, and it's Stafford. to the goal line, but it's incomplete.
How about that? Red man coverage and decided to test them early. But they proved up to the task and forced the incompletion.
Big play coming here. It's 3rd and goal.
Now Stafford. And it's complete. He's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, Rams.
Kyron Williams
With touchdown number 12 on the year.
And the Rams are on the board first here on the road in Tampa. Harrison Mevis for the extra point.
It's up, it's good, and the Rams take a 7-0 lead. The drive summary that time, 5 plays. And the result for the Rams, a touchdown. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And he'll be out of bounds across the 25. So out come the Bucs now for their first drive. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018 from Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some. They threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bet.
And now off to the races down the right side. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Bucky Irving with his 14th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Buccaneers are able to strike back quickly with an opening touchdown of their own.
Well, go ahead and strap in, partner. Less than 2 minutes in, had the score on the one side. A quick answer, though, to get the equalizer.
Sometimes you get that sense of urgency that ratchets up, right? When you give up an early touchdown like that, you just know you're like, okay, how do we go back and equalize things? Can we get it done fast? And they absolutely did. Essentially, we're back to even, aren't we?
Todd Bowles leaving his offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
They're going to keep it on the ground. And he'll get in. And they take an 8-7 lead. McLaughlin now to kick this one away. There's a nice move. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. A first run now for Kyron Williams. And he takes us up to the 40-yard line before being corralled. Nice way to start the drive, a gain of 12 and a first down. This running game so important for them, and they know that. It helped lead them to a victory last week when he was over 100 yards.
Let's face it, it's their identity, and that's what they want to play to. They want to be that team that runs the ball really well each and every week, and right now we're seeing a pretty good pattern of that happening.
And just no chance of turning the corner. He can only get back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 coming up. You look at this defense for Tampa Bay.
They played extremely well last week in the win over Atlanta.
The best defenses I know, they draw lines in the sand and say you're not going to cross that. For most of them, it's 100 yards of total offense. They didn't quite accomplish that, but still a pretty darn good game last week. Just over 100 yards of total offense given up.
And that throw behind his man, he missed him, incomplete.
One thing I have learned, receivers don't mind high throws so much to the sideline, but do that over the middle to them, and not only are the DBs going to throw a little verbal trash their way, when they get back to the huddle, they're going to have a few words to say to their QB, aren't they?
Yeah, hung out to dry a little bit there on the high throw. Luckily fell incomplete. Out of the gun, Stafford.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 43. 17 yards on the pickup there, and the drive will continue. So from Buccaneer territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 43. Up the middle, it's Williams. The numbers on the ground for Williams a week ago. 20 carries, 110 yards, and the score.
And they've already clinched a playoff berth, so I'm eager to see how they approach this game because some teams' philosophy is to go ahead and get guys out. Other teams' philosophy, continue to do what you're doing best. I expect them to go ahead and use their top guys all the way through this one.
And that's complete to Adams. And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 12-yard line. That one goes for 24 yards.
Someone sharp in this game. I mean, a touchdown pass on the first drive and comes right back, and he's flinging it around really well here.
A really nice throw there to pick up the first down. You kind of just feel a laser focus and confidence about him, and I think we saw that this week, didn't we? Talking to him and the coaches, they felt good about his performance coming up.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that last practice we saw when they went through 2-minute drill, when they went through all the different situations.
Puka Nacua.
A 12-yard touchdown grab.
And the Rams have retaken the lead. Honest Mevis for the extra point.
And it's up and good to make this now a 14-8 ball game. So this drive spans 7 plays. And it winds up with a touchdown for Los Angeles.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
Here's a handoff to Irving.
Shoves him aside. And he'll be upended at the 33 following a gain of 3. And guess what? It brings up 3rd down.
Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
Mayfield from the gun on 3rd down.
That is caught. And he is going to have the Buccaneers first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Zone coverage here defensively. They're going to let their tight end run a drag across the field. This is where a linebacker gets forced to pass him off. That time, the receiver gets lost a little bit, and he's able to make the catch and pick up good yardage and a first down.
And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
The Buccaneers at 13-2 on the year. They were winners the last time out, so they'll be looking here to make it 2 in a row.
And when you and I watched tape preparing for this one, what we saw was a team that competed hard, and they played well in all 3 phases of the game. And I think if they can carry that over to this week, they've got a really good chance to emerge victorious yet again.
A yard all they need, but it's 3rd down.
Throwing, Mayfield. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Partner, what we're seeing so far is a defense is certainly coordinated. Both levels doing their jobs in tandem. The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
The decision for Todd Bowles, and he says let's go for it on 4th down. Now Mayfield.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And he is out of bounds, but first he gets it inside the 10 to the 7. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. And we've hit the 2-minute mark in this first half of action. So it's 1st and goal, and a great opportunity to get that lead back before the break. They'll throw again. Here's Mayfield.
A quick throw knocked away and incomplete.
This is what defensive coaches ask of their defenders every single ball game. Get a hand on every throw in coverage. They want the deflections. They want the knockaways. Pick it yourself if you can, but at least knock it down and guarantee it's incomplete.
A run with Irving.
And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. The Rams going to go ahead and use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
What a stand this would be if they can get the stop here. 3rd and goal.
To throw, Mayfield. And that's going to be knocked away in the end zone. It's incomplete.
Like what I see so far out of this defense because they've been showing their best coverages on 3rd down. So far, only allowed 1 conversion on a handful of attempts. One area of their game plan that they've executed to perfection.
Now Mayfield on 4th down. And he's got it. Caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. A great play there. There to make the grab.
And the Buccaneers take the chance on 4th and goal, and it pays off with 6.
You got to figure down by the goal line. This is where a tight end earns his money, in the high traffic area. And he's able to work free in the middle of the end zone and grabs that one for a touchdown.
Chase McLaughlin on for the extra point. And this is up and good to put them up by a point. It's 15-14. So that one a long 11-play drive. And it ends with a touchdown for the Bucks. McLaughlin now to kick this one away.
And that one not returnable, not by a long stretch, over the back line of the end zone, so that's going to be spotted up at the 35-yard line. The Rams offense and Matthew Stafford set to take over once again. And he's had things all his way in this first half. The numbers sensational as he'll look to add to them with another drive here.
The Los Angeles offense set to begin their next drive.
A lot of time for this unit to game plan on the sideline after that drive that they watched the other side just score. But remember, last time they were out, they scored as well.
And shutting him off, now open field. And he'll be out just a yard or two shy of the 30. The catch and run going to wind up netting him 33 yards.
And this is how you answer a touchdown the other end. You come out throwing to start your own drive. And not just throwing, but pushing it down the field. And they come up with a big play as they try to answer back with a score of their own.
So the big play changes the complexion of things. Here's 1st and 10 just outside the 30. Stafford throwing quickly, complete out wide. Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and it's 2nd down. Was that a design pass, or what was that?
It was built into the play call. He had the opportunity to either hand it inside, keep it himself to run it, or do what he just did. Throw that pass inside, hitting a receiver on the run.
Now it's Stafford.
Cooks on the quick slant.
7 yards there and a 1st down. That catch, number 750 of his NFL career, and it puts him even with not just one but 2 Hall of Famers, Michael Irvin and Charlie Joyner. So some pretty good company at 750.
Now you talk about the playmaker, Michael Irvin, and the guy who just made plays, Charlie Joyner. And that's what we're seeing here. Similar style in terms of being dependable, being open, and turning it into plays that you remember.
Here's Stafford. Wide open receiver complete. And he's going to take this one in for a Rams touchdown. Puka Nacua as the first half is winding down. And the Rams have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half.
Honest Mevis for the extra point.
It's good, and it's now 21-15. 5 plays there on that drive. And the result for the Rams, a touchdown.
So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away.
And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee and they'll bring the football out to the 25.
The Buccaneers offense and their running back Bucky Irving getting ready to go back to work. He's got a rushing touchdown in the game already as you check to see where he is ranked in rushing TDs coming into the weekend.
The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside. Once again, it's Irving.
Oh, he's got a little daylight. And down to the 20 he'll go before heading out of bounds.
And his fine afternoon on the ground continues. That last run going to put him over 100 yards for the ball game.
So a big play as it gets him all the way down to the 20 now for 1st and 10.
Baker going to give it to Irving.
He can't get him down. And he'll head out of bounds inside the 10. Mark him down at the 9. That's over 40 yards of movement with those last 2 plays.
I'm not sure you can be more efficient on offense than to have 3 downs and have them all turn into first downs. And defensively, you've got to figure out how to slow them down. Some guys might bring more pressure. Some guys might be a little more exotic. And as a last resort, you might even call timeout and try and regroup.
And he's going to go down in the field of play. So they say no to the field goal try. And now time has run out on this first half.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. It is Week 17. Playoff spots on the line, seeding on the line, coaching jobs may be on the line. Let's dive in. Our look around the NFL starts now.
So the difference is 6 points as we get set to resume action here in this third quarter of play.
And he'll be stopped up at the 25. The Bucs offense set to begin this third quarter. Well, out of the locker rooms here they come. Their first drive of the third quarter. And, Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went in at the half and looked at their play sheet and said, these are the plays we really like. What do you say we use them to start the second half and get us going?
So that flag will set him back 5 yards.
So a little bit of a stiffer challenge now. 1st and 15 following the delay of game. Mayfield now. And this is incomplete. That pass just a little bit off. It looked like maybe he tried to force it in there.
Game speed, always different, no matter what you do in practice. You can't simulate it, right? So your decision-making, everything has to be a little bit quicker. Sometimes it can throw you off until you adjust.
And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down. Mayfield to throw it.
Again, that's Hurst. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped.
Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. Mayfield looks to throw. To the right side and complete to Hurst. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him.
Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line.
Working out of the gun, Mayfield. Firing quickly, but it's incomplete.
Third quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10.
And again, it's Mayfield. Toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
Quarterbacking 101. Never force the ball into double coverage, especially not this close to the goal line. The windows are so tight, you just don't want to force it in there because it could be tipped up and picked off.
Here's Mayfield.
Oh, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Cameron Curl. And the Rams are going to get it back here just shy of the 20.
So it was a drive that had real promise here to begin the third quarter, but ultimately derailed by the INT.
And that was the position you wanted to be in, coming out to start this third quarter, get a nice drive going, looking for the end zone. Possibly got a little bit too greedy right there.
The Rams offense and Puka Nacua ready to take over once more. The LA offense ready to go for their next drive. And their defense just helped them out by getting the football back on the opening drive here in the second half. And now can the offense follow through with points on their first possession?
And that's a big one for them because after the work the defense has done, they've got a chance here to open up this lead. Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Here's a 2nd and 5. In motion left goes Cooks. Stafford. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up 3rd down.
Not his best throw there, but where we sit right now in the 3rd quarter, he's had a pretty good game throwing the football.
He certainly has, and it's not exactly at the point where we're doing 4-minute offense yet, but they've got to think about, I'm not going to say milking the clock, but understanding clock management here on out.
A shotgun snap for Stafford. Oh, the Buccaneer pressure too much. Down he goes.
Vita Vea in there to get him, and that is sack number 6 now for him on the year.
Chalk that up as their first sack in this game, and they tallied 4 a week ago.
And probably not as much exultation in that sack as what took us so long. Because when you get 4 the previous week, you're counting on continuing that momentum. They didn't get that done in the first half of the game. Let's see now if they start to bring even more exotic pressure towards the quarterback.
A 41-yard punt, 9 on the return. And this offense, they're going to have excellent field position. They take over with a 1st and 10 on the short side of the field.
Mayfield. Oh, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Emmanuel Forbes. And the Rams are going to take over a couple of yards shy of midfield. The Los Angeles offense set to begin their next drive. They start near midfield following the interception as they begin 1st and 10.
And now look at this. Big gain, but a fumble. And it's picked up by the Buccaneers.
All these years we've been watching the game, I start to get the sense that whenever it rains out, those guys who have to touch the ball and carry it, they're extremely resentful about that weather.
Yeah, I'm just happy I'm not resentful that we have a roof over our heads. I know that much.
Yeah, maybe we won't fumble our play sheets here as we just saw the fumble happen on the field.
The Buccaneers offense and Baker Mayfield set to take over once more. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. Now Mayfield and the Bucs come up on 1st and 10
at about the 32.
They'll start on the ground with Irving.
And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race.
He may go.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Bucky Irving
with touchdown number 15 on the year and 2nd of the game.
And the Buccaneers have evened the ball game with a chance to take the lead here in the final minute of this 3rd quarter.
So what was already a game to remember becomes even more so as that touchdown run, a lengthy one, takes him over 200 yards now for the game.
And I love the fact that to get over 200, it took a pretty good sprint, didn't it? I mean, a lot of times you get 1 or 2 yards and oh, he's over 200 yards. But that really put an exclamation point on the game he's having. Fantastic. A lot of fun to watch.
And it's no good. He missed it. And the game remains tied. Oh, boy. A couple of teams locked into a good one here. 21 all the score as the kick's away. And he'll get it up just past the 20 as his guys will go to work at the 21-yard line. The visitors' offense and their big play wideout getting ready to get back to work. And he's been one of the main focal points of this unit throughout the season, no doubt. Currently ranked second in the NFL in terms of receptions by a wideout. The LA offense ready to go for their next drive. Last time out, they had the fumble that led to the touchdown. Not a great look on either side of the ball as the defense gave up the points too, Charles. But they've got to take care of the football and do better here on this possession.
It's certainly been a tough stretch, partner, for both of those units, and they kind of put their defensive mates in a really tough spot there by dropping the ball on the ground. But an easy way to make it up to them, get out there now and get some points on this drive.
Second and 7.
Back to throw. Stafford. Over the middle. That's caught by Adams. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. And now for him on the season, that is his 80th catch, and the result is a first down. They'll send a receiver in motion to the left. 3 quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Tampa. All even as we get ready to start the fourth.
I'll tell you, far from ideal conditions to play in, but neither offense has had much trouble. Plenty of points to go around. First and 10. Crossing route complete. Catch made by Cooks.
And they've got it well across midfield down to the 40 before it's all said and done. Chewing up big yardage. Another nice gain there. This one goes for 20. Stafford now 12 of 16 thus far. It's first and 10. A give to Williams, running right.
He'll get this down to the 38.
Well, any lane that might have been open there was closed pretty quickly, and that was because the defensive front, they won that battle at the point of attack at the line of scrimmage. They used great leverage, held their spot, and stacked him up.
Second down and 8. Pass complete there to Nakua.
Takes this to the 32, maybe the 31. Defensively rallying to the ball after the nice move. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards. And now 2 yards to go on third down.
They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here.
From the gun on third down, Stafford.
A quick reaction as he catches it off the tip.
It'll be a pickup of 4, good enough to earn him yet another first down.
But when we see the ball tipped in the air, sometimes we get a little roll change, don't we? Because when it's in the air, sometimes the defensive back becomes the receiver. And in this case, the receiver looked like a defensive back, but ended up A receiver.
He caught it as a receiver. Hey, it worked out.
Worked out really well for them, but I'm telling you, the defensive guys,
Frustrated.
oh, frustrated. They're going to catch it in film.
All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10.
He goes right back to Adams. That's complete. And he'll be out of bounds as he gets this down to about the 21 or 22. That catch, by the way, number 1099 for his career, one away from 1,100.
Sounds like an IRS catch, doesn't it?
I was thinking the same thing. 1099. I'm just thinking I should be doing my taxes.
Exactly. Got to turn it in. He's accumulating those kind of numbers, isn't he?
Now 2nd and 4. In motion right goes Adams.
From the gun, it's a run for Williams. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10.
We use the word relentless a lot with guys who are aggressive on the field. In this case, it really fits, doesn't it? How about his ability to break tackles and his feet never stop moving?
Getting down to the good stuff. All tied with 2 minutes remaining on EA Sports.
So it's Rams football here as we get you reset. They've got a 1st down in field goal range already.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now. They'll stay on the ground with Williams.
That's some good hard running there as he'll push his way forward for about 5.
But they picked up a little bit of yardage there, and now, in this situation, should be in no hurry to run a play really fast. Let the clock wind down.
Here comes 2nd down at 5.
Now a 10th carry. Here's Williams. And this is going to result in losing yardage. They're driven back to the 8-yard line.
It's a tough one right there. He ran right into the teeth of the blitz as the linebacker was freed up in order to stuff that one for a loss. I think quarterbacks got to see that. Got to find a way to audible into something a little more advantageous.
The Bucs going to go ahead and use the 2nd of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
Well, the elements, the crowd, the situation, this is NFL football at its best. Here's 3rd down.
Now Stafford. They'll set up the screen. This is Williams. And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Rams.
Kyron Williams.
His 2nd touchdown of the afternoon.
And the Rams answer back with a touchdown of their own to break our tie and take the lead here in the 4th. Honest Mevis for the extra point.
And it's good. That makes it a 28-21 game. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told. And it winds up with a touchdown for Los Angeles. The Rams kickoff team on the field. And here we go with the ball in the air.
And he's all the way up across the 40 and down at the 42. Great return. The home team's offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the 4th quarter. They'll come up 1st and 10 here.
They'll start this drive out on the ground.
And he'll be taken down at about the 45.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know he was trying to dart through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Here's second down. Now Mayfield.
That is taken in by Hurst. And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30.
Final minute, 1 timeout remaining. 1st and 10. Here's Baker.
And he rifles one incomplete. Couple extra defensive backs out there in the dime, and because of that, really not many places to throw the football, if any.
And typically, what would you want to do against that dime?
Run the football.
You want to run the ball, but you can't do it in this situation. Not nearly enough time on the clock. You're having to really navigate against a tough defense presented against you.
Mayfield. Oh, and that nearly ended it. That should have been intercepted, but he cannot corral it, and that is a lifeline there with 3rd down coming up.
Nearly an interception. If that one's picked off, it's over, so a new lease on life, so to speak.
A lot of times when you're in coverage, you're so focused on the man and the coverage that sometimes the ball, if it arrives, it surprises you. That may have happened to him in that situation.
And now a tough spot here. This is 3rd and 10. Mayfield. And this pass broken up. The contact well timed there, and now 4th down.
With that incompletion, reality is staring them right in the face. This entire game is down to the next snap.
No choice but to go. Here's 4th down now.
Desperation time. Mayfield on 4th down. And it's incomplete. They can